Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with our first session for today with Hitachi at 10 to discuss about IoT and digital solution for
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سيداتي سادتي، ضيوفنا الكرام والمتحدثين الموقرين. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed speakers. حياكم الله. يسرني أن أرحب بكم في معرض WETEX 2025، حيث تجمع الندوات الرئيسية لهذا العام خبراء عالميين لتبادل المعرفة حول الطاقة، الاستدامة والابتكار. On behalf of DIWA, I warmly welcome you to WETEX 2025. This year's main seminars bring together global experts to share knowledge on energy transition, sustainability, and innovation. Without further delay, let's begin day 2 of the main seminars. Please welcome Mr. Andy Warner, the Global Service Sales Manager at Hitachi Energy, to address his session on how IoT and digital solutions for HV substation maintenance programs minimize risks and increase uptime. Thank you.
Hello. So I'm Andy Warner, and I'm here to talk to you about how digitalization for your substations can modernize your maintenance, reduce your downtime, and basically increase your profitability. So today I'm going to cover the problem with traditional maintenance programs. I'm going to talk about utilizing digital solutions to reduce downtime and cybersecurity considerations that go with that. So starting off, the problem with maintenance plans as they stand now. I started looking into this and I looked into the costs and what was being spent by customers on maintenance. I looked at a few studies online and they said 50% of the cost of running a generation site on maintenance is on planned items and about 50% is unplanned. And then I read another study that said it was 60-40 and another one that said it was 55-45, all around the same sorts of things. So I thought I'd check it. So I took the data from 12 of my customers where their generation sites generating between 100 megawatts and 1 gigawatt of power, and went through exactly what we'd charged them, what they'd spent, what their maintenance had been, what their downtime was, to see if the studies were right. And after about 2 weeks of work, I found out I should have just trusted the online studies that I read, because it was about 50% of the spend on planned maintenance. What I also found was about 29% of the spend was on unplanned outages, where something had failed and they'd had to have an emergency call out, and about 21% was on upgrades. And when I'm talking to customers, we often find that the procurement people focus on the planned costs. And we get lots of tenders and we spend a lot of time talking about how much you're going to charge to do this, how much you're going to charge to do that, what's the fees for everything. That's the big focus from people. But the thing to look at is the average costs of an unplanned outage. We were looking at costs of repairs that were around $3,000, this is US dollars, up to $30,000 US dollars. And again, that's what the customers are focusing on. That's what a lot of us are being talked about, of how can we bring those costs down. But actually, when you look into it really, the lost revenue from the sites was much, much more. So the sites that I was looking at in this study, they were losing between £40,000 a day, dollars a day, and $400,000 a day. So when you think about it, we're saying a cost of one of the repairs was $3,000, but the customer lost $400,000 because of their site being down and not doing what it was supposed to be doing. That is obviously the much more significant number. And some of these outages range from 1 day up to 2 weeks. And it was off for 2 weeks because they had to wait for spare parts and everything like that to get the item fixed and back up and running. And they lost total production for 2 weeks, cost them about $5 million for £30,000 worth of work. So actually, when you take that into account, this is not really the split of the costs. So for the customers I looked at, the little ones, 76% of their cost was lost revenue from being offline. For the big sites, 94% of their costs was lost revenue from being offline. So the real focus needs to be, how do you cut the amount of time that your site is offline? That is the most important thing. It doesn't matter if you change your planned maintenance costs from 3% to 2.5%, or you double it up to 6%. If you can change this time offline, that's what's going to save you the most money or make you the most profits. So what's wrong with time-based maintenance? Why do I say that it's no good? This is what we call a bathtub curve, and it shows you how the average sort of failures and risk level happens with individual items of equipment. When it's new, you first fit it, you get a load of problems at the start, you get initial failures, you find out there were design faults, manufacturing issues, whatever. That has higher failures when it first starts. Then, after the first few years, once you get out of the warranty period, you generally have nothing go wrong for ages. And then as it starts getting older, the risks of it go through the roof. And you have a much higher chance of problems. If you follow standard time-based maintenance, where they say you need to do your maintenance every 2 years on a dry-type transformer, you need to do it every 5 years on an oil-type transformer, you do your overhauls at whatever many years for your switchgear, you're setting it based on this curve and thinking, right, if I put it down here at a low level, that's right for the majority of the life, you're not doing enough maintenance at the end, you're not doing enough maintenance at the start. If you set your planned maintenance on a time interval that fits with the higher risk times, you're doing enough maintenance here, you're doing enough maintenance there, and over here, you're having way too much time shutting down to do maintenance that you don't need to be doing, because you're not flexing your maintenance to the actual level of risk that you've got at the time. And then if you've got your big planned overhauls, so say it was GIS switchgear, and you had a big planned overhaul here, that's fine for fixing it before the theoretical risk that you would see based on these curves that come out from the manufacturers telling you how long equipment's going to last, what the risks are. The thing is, at your individual sites, that's not really the case. You can have all sorts of things happen that change the lifespan of your equipment. So you could have extreme weather events. And this is a thing that you may see here, contamination from sandstorms and things like that. We have a lot of the manuals for these things are written from companies in Europe, where they have very different weather to you have here. I've seen it personally with wind farms that we built in Changhua in Taiwan, where they've had typhoons, they've had sandstorms, they've had earthquakes, none of which was considered with the time-based maintenance plan. You could have periods of overloading, you could have periods of system faults, you could have increased harmonics. So the lifespan of your transformer, say, that was supposed to last until here, it could go bang earlier because of all the unusual factors that are specific to your site that you won't get anywhere else. The level of contamination from sand that you see here, you will not see if you've built your wind farm in Scotland. So if you take this curve and you say, right, this is what I'm basing my maintenance on, and I'm going to do my big overhaul here because that's when the highest risk is, in reality, your highest risk point might be here. Your GIS may have failed, it may have completely packed up, and you've had to put a new one in, and you've started a new bathtub curve before you've got to that 10-year or 20-year maintenance cycle. So clearly, that's going to be a big problem for you. So how do we fix it? We use digital solutions. And there's 3 areas that I'm going to talk about today. Remote monitoring, which if you come down to the Hitachi stand, you can see all our solutions for that. We've got them on display and up and running live. Then we've got condition-based maintenance or reliability-centered maintenance, which is the next step up from time-based maintenance and what you should be doing. And then remote support. So with the monitoring, there's loads and loads of different things you can monitor. This is from our slides that we use when we're selling, and I'm going to do a terrible sales job now, because what I'm going to say is, we've got all these different things you can monitor. Actually, in most cases, you don't need to do it. When you look at the failure modes on equipment, so this is for a transformer, the windings account for 36% of the failures, tap changes 30%, and the bushings are 18% of the failures. If you monitor those few things and look for hydrogen in the gas, in the oil and moisture content in the oil, you will pick up over 80% of the failures on your transformer with the more basic monitoring package. You can go for the higher monitoring package. You could go for all the advanced sensors on everything and the 10 gas monitoring, but then what you're doing is picking up these little 2.3% chance or the 5% chance, but 80% of it comes with the basic package. And we got the same for switchgear. So this is generator circuit breaker monitoring. So we've got a system for that. So if you've got a large generation site, you have generator circuit breakers, you want to be monitoring those. But when you look at it, when there are failures, 81% of the failures with CBs are minor failures. They're really easy things to fix if you've got the right spare parts and you get someone there in time. Only 19% of the failures are big, major problems that are going to cause serious work to be done. So with that, if you're monitoring the equipment properly, you can spot those minor failures before they happen, and you can get the spare parts you need before they happen. Or if you look at the stats, you can also hold the spare parts for the key things that are most likely to fail. So on this, you can see the main drive system, 44% of the failures, that's where it is. So you should be holding spares for that at your site. Only 2% are the surge arresters. So again, do you need to monitor that as much? Do you need to hold as many spares? Probably not. But having the data and knowing about your equipment and knowing what to hold in advance is the key thing here. And it goes on to your other GIS switchgear. We can monitor all sorts of things like your SF6 moisture, whether there are any gas leaks, how the mechanical parts on the switchgear are moving. Monitoring all of this stuff means you can spot when there's a problem before it actually fails, plan a day in for it to be repaired, get the spare parts there, and then have one day where it goes off while we swap those spares over, as opposed to not monitoring it, it failing, you going, oh my God, it's all failed, I've got to get some parts, ordering the parts, having a 3-month wait to get the parts, and then having your outage to fix it. You've had over 3 months of the thing being off. So it's much better to monitor, plan in advance, and reduce your outages. Then from there, we move on to condition-based maintenance or reliability-centered maintenance. So what you do is you take all the data from all of your online sensors, you take the test results and inspection results, because you still need to be looking at the equipment, doing regular inspections, looking for corrosion, looking for cracks, looking for leaks, anything you can see physically wrong with the items. You then mix that with the data that we've got from all of our factory test reports, from your single line diagrams, from all the results of what's been happening with other similar bits of kit around the world, and what are the failure modes and the chances of failure given the data that you're getting. And then you run that through your reliability center maintenance software like APM from us, and that calculates your level of risk, it calculates what spares you need, it calculates the aging of your equipment, and it works out what your maintenance should be. And then you do your maintenance according to what your actual needs are, not just doing it by time-based. So if you have something that you don't actually need to maintain, you can reduce your shutdowns, have an extra day where it's producing as opposed to doing maintenance, and that could save you much, much more money than the cost of the maintenance. So there we have the 3 different sort of models you've got. You've got the time-based maintenance, where you just say, I'm going to do this every year, and every 5 years I'm going to do that, and whatever. That takes no consideration of the actual conditions at your site. Then you've got condition-based maintenance. And this is what a lot of people are moving to, where we say, right, what's the chance of failure on this item? What's the condition of the oil? You can do your maintenance based on that. And then we move to the risk-based maintenance. And this is really the best way to optimize your profits, best way to get your maximum return on investment. Because you don't just look at the condition of the equipment, you look at how important the equipment is. So if you've got a site, say it's a solar farm or a battery storage site, with lots and lots of bits of medium voltage switchgear, lots and lots of little transformers, and then your main grid connection, if one of your little bits of switchgear attached to one battery bank goes, you might lose 2% of your production. So your risk is not very high. However, if your main grid transformer goes and your grid connection goes down, you lose 100% of your production. So the risk in that is massive. And therefore, it's much more important that you make sure that there is never a failure on your main items that are going to cause much more loss of revenue than your sort of less significant items that are going to have less impact on revenue. So you could see it and go, actually, this small transformer, this small bit of switchgear, we'll run it to failure, because the time that we're going to have out for outages may cost us more than just waiting and swapping it out later further down the line. Whereas our main grid transformer the risk, if anything goes wrong with it, is so big, we need to make sure we do as much maintenance and look after it as well as we possibly can. And this way you shape your maintenance plan to what is going to give you the best return on investment, what's going to make sure you're producing the most amount of whatever it is, whether it's power at a generation site, whether it's cars in a factory, whatever it is that you're using your substations for, you optimize for profitability. That's the key thing. And then once you've done that, you move on to remote support. So I'm going to give an example of a Scottish wind farm, because I'm from the UK and I was involved in this one, so I know it pretty well. We had a site in Scotland where the wind farm went offline because there were harmonics on the network. Basically, there'd been a problem on the network. They'd had a cable fault and had to reroute the connection to the wind farm through a different route. That meant all the settings on the power quality equipment were wrong, and it was causing harmonics issues because it was all designed for the original connection, not the new rerouted connection. So the wind farm was shut down, it was offline. If we'd have done it the traditional way, what they'd have done is phoned us, said our wind farm's gone off, we would send a technician. It would take them 24 hours to get to the site because they've got to drive from the south of England to Scotland. They'd have then stayed in a hotel overnight, got up in the morning, had breakfast, then gone to the site and actually looked into what the problem was. Found out that it was an issue with the settings, sent the details to the factory where our technicians would then work out what the new settings would be. They'd then send it back to the guy at site who would upload it onto the StatCom, get the site back working. You'd be looking at 48 to 36 hours for that to happen. Because we had a remote connection into the site, the second it went off, an alert automatically went off in our office in Sweden and said, this wind farm is not working, something's gone wrong. And with that, they looked into it, they found out they needed to change the settings on the StatCom. Within 4 hours, they'd uploaded over the internet new settings to the StatCom, and the wind farm was able to come back on again. So they lost 4 hours of money instead of losing 36, 48 hours worth of money. And at nearly $500,000 a day, that made them a lot of money and paid for the service several times over just with that one incident. And if they get another incident in the next 30 years, they're going to save even more money. So it's really important to have that, and that could work with anything, all sorts of different things. We've had bus charging at another site where, again, we've had a remote connection into the site. We've been able to fix it before the customer even knew there was an issue. So we get a report at 2 o'clock in the morning going, none of the buses at this bus depot in Brixton are charging. We fixed it. Customer didn't even know. So they might know if they're in the audience today, anybody, but we've been able to keep these things running without the customer knowing, just keeping the service as good as possible. If they didn't have remote connections, the first time that bus company would have known was in the morning when they come in, and all 28 buses that were supposed to be going out and doing their rounds around London would not have been working. So, using these digital services, you've got a whole range of things. You've got reduced outages, and that's going to be a major saving. Monitoring your equipment, according to Seagree, is a 50% risk reduction because you can see things before they go wrong most of the time. You can extend the useful life of assets. Because you can see when things are going wrong as soon as they start going wrong. You can look into the oil quality on transformers and things like that. You can really get a good idea of exactly what maintenance will do. And I've talked a lot about how can you reduce maintenance, but this also could be saying you need to do a bit more maintenance to reduce your chance of failure and extend the useful life of the equipment. And when you look at the lead times on new transformers now and how much it costs and how long it can take to get a new big grid transformer, if you can make your grid transformer last an extra 10 years because you've monitored it and you've taken care of it better, that's going to be a huge improvement on return on investment for you. And it'll optimize your maintenance. As I've said, this is all about making sure you do the right amount of maintenance at the right time, that you don't overdo your maintenance and you don't underdo your maintenance, and you make sure you get the best levels of production from all of your facilities. So there's loads and loads of benefits from doing this, and it all sounds wonderful and fantastic. Thing is, obviously, with everything, there can be downsides, and that's where cybersecurity comes into this. So why does cybersecurity matter when we're talking about substations? People are finding ways to attack substations now. Now they're all becoming connected and you've got all these things that are online. We're seeing several attacks. So starting back in 2015, we've got examples. This slide was actually made a couple of years ago, so it stops in 2022, but there are more. It has continued happening since then. There have been a lot of attacks, whether it's ransomware from criminal groups. There's been allegations that Russia and other sort of unfriendly nations have been attacking the Ukraine through their energy networks. There's all sorts of things where you could be at risk from cyber attack. And if you're a big piece of national infrastructure or something that is really significant to a country, you become a higher sort of priority target for these people. And generation is one of the key things that everything relies on electricity. So if you were an unfriendly foreign power and you wanted to attack somebody, if you turn the power off to their cities, everything else stops. So it is a really, really significant thing to go after and something that really needs to be thought about. And it's evolving all the time. It's one of these things where you think you've sorted your cybersecurity out 1 month, and a month later, there are new ways of attacking you, and new problems and new vulnerabilities found, and then you fix those, and then another month later, somebody else finds another way of attacking things. So it's something that's really quickly moving. And also, you'll see with this, the standards are changing all the time. So there are new government standards coming out. There are new things that you've got to do to make sure you're cyber secure. So you have to keep on top of it from that way. And then another issue that we see with this is the speed that the technology moves makes the upgrade cycle on this much, much shorter than many of the other things in the energy industry. If you put a transformer in, your transformer could last 25, 30, 40, 50 years. If you've put networking items in, think about it like your iPhone. Your iPhone does not last very long before new versions of the iPhone come out and your old one stops working and you can't get more updates for it. Or if you're like me and you've got a Windows 10 PC, Windows 11's just come out and they've told me that my 3-year-old PC now can't run Windows 11 because the chipset is wrong. Okay, these things change really, really quickly. And if you're building sites and you spec your substation now, you might be speccing it now with technology that is a year, 2 years old, which doesn't sound too bad. But if you've got a 2-3 year lead time for all of the rest of the equipment, by the time you start building it, the tech that you spec'd is then 5 years old. And if it takes 2 years to fully build your site and get everything up and running and energized, you're now 7 years old. But tech cycles are very quick. They can be 7, they could be 8 years. 10 years is a long time in IT. So actually, when you build your site, if you spec'd it right at the beginning, you might find your networking items and some of your servers and things like that are already out of date as you're energizing the site. So it's key to look into this and make sure you update your specs as you go along and make sure you get the most modern equipment in as you possibly can. But be aware that you will need to upgrade that at some time in the future, probably sooner than you think and sooner than the rest of your kit. Which is why when I said at the start, and I showed you that graph that said how much upgrades cost, and that upgrades were a big part of the cost, cybersecurity upgrades are something that is becoming more expensive and is a key thing that people need to consider with these things. And when it comes to cybersecurity, there's lots of steps you've got to take. So the first thing is patch management. You've got to make sure you patch all of your equipment, make sure it's all up to date. And this goes for pretty much every bit of kit that you've got, not just the things that I've been talking about today. And with patch management, the important thing is testing it, okay? What we do with our customers is we have a digital twin of all of their sites, and when we're going to give them a patch, we test the patch on the digital twin before it goes anywhere near putting the patch on the customer's equipment. I don't know if you saw on the news, it's probably just over a year ago now, there was a Windows patch that went out one time that crashed airports, it crashed banks, it crashed all sorts of things because the patch hadn't been tested properly with all the other things that it's going to interact with. So a real key thing is you've got to patch all of your equipment to stay away from the cybersecurity vulnerabilities, but with that, your patches need to be tested before they go in. You need to do annual security refreshes. Look at everything every year. Make sure you are taking all of the proper steps that you possibly can to be secure. Look at cybersecurity vulnerability assessments. Okay, make sure you're doing penetration testing. See if somebody, you effectively employ a hacker, see if they can hack into your system. Because if you can employ someone that can hack into your system, somebody else could hack into your system. And you don't want that. Then system restoration, this is really important. Have a backup. And it's worrying how many sites we see where they haven't got a backup. So one of the things that happens is sort of criminal groups try and hack into your system and say, yeah, we've put a virus on there. If you don't give us $10 million, we're going to keep you offline. If you can just reset everything, get rid of everything, and re-upload from where you started, you're in a much better position. So having a backup is really important. Then there's fingerprinting and system hardening, all sorts of other steps that you need to be taking to make sure that you are as secure as possible. And yes, this will cost you some money, but if you do this, one, it will protect all of the other parts of your system that I haven't talked about today, but two, it will mean that you can have all of the benefits that I talked about earlier with all of the equipment and get that secure network, which is vital to making sure that you continue to run and you avoid those costs of downtime. And if you avoid the cost of downtime, your sites will be more profitable, you will get the best possible return on investment from your equipment while seeing all of the other benefits that I talked about earlier. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Nope? Okay. Sorry, I've just got to do this. I'm going to get a selfie for LinkedIn if everyone doesn't mind. Smile. There we go. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andy. The raffle draw winners for this segment is Mr. Ahmed Al-Hammadi and Mrs. Marie Villanueva. Please collect your prizes from the registration desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our sessions at 10:40. See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Hania Al-Hassani, Senior Manager Network Planning Distribution at Ittihad Water and Electricity for her session on Rooftop Solar in Action, how Ittihad WE's distributed solar system empowers customers and the grid.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you today here. My name is Hania Abdullah Al-Hassani, representing Ittihad Water and Electricity. We are here today to present one of our key initiatives dedicated for sustaining a future. Welcome to our session. I hope you will find it valuable and useful for you. This initiative comes in line with Ittihad's commitment to promote use of renewable energy. Over the session today, we will present overview about the initiative. We will present and highlight the main point of the regulation. It's a long standard and guidelines regulations, but we will highlight today the main point in the regulation. We will talk about also provide you with update related to the implementation and where we are now on this initiative. And we will show you some system impact and future outlook of this initiative. If you will allow me, I will just brief about Ittihad Water and Electricity. We are the company responsible to provide electricity and water services to all Northern Emirates. In a power, we are transmitting, distributing the power, while in a water, we are supplying, transmitting, and distributing water, all the way up to the metering and billing system. We are at Ittihad Water and Electricity. Our work is guided by 4 core values. We care, we deliver, we act, and we collaborate. We care for our customer. We deliver reliable and sustainable services. We act to be the best service provider in Northern Emirates and UAE. And we collaborate for sustaining the future. For that, we have a very strategic collaboration between Ittihad Water and Electricity and Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure. Back in September 2024, the Ministry and Ittihad we launched Distributed Solar System Initiative. This initiative essentially it's giving opportunity to our customer to install a solar rooftop, connect directly with the grid, and then the generated power will be deducted from the consumption bill. So at the end, it will lower the monthly payment. This is the main goal to support the customer. Additional to that encouraging our customer to be a producer, to start generating power, use different renewable resources, and reduce the reliance and dependency on conventional and thermal resources. Also, it's for advancing the decarbonization, to combat climate change, for better quality of the air, better quality of the life. Also to encouraging sustainability, it's like for a long-term energy efficiency. About the regulation, and Ittihad, at the beginning of this initiative, we had some high-level visibility study to the segment who have the opportunity to participate in this initiative. So the selection were based on clear reasons. We have the opportunity for our residential customer to support the government because of subsidy, to the agriculture to support the agriculture sectors and farmers, industrial to support industrial sectors, especially I can say the small and medium industry. For a large and very large industry, we have another initiative, major initiative industry, that is it is more attractive because it's with a discounted tariff. But for a small and medium industry, we have opportunity, the customer have the opportunity to install a solar rooftop and connect directly with the grid. And the capacity allowance is 10% of the total connected load of the unit. So it's not from the maximum demand or from consumption bill, it's from the total connected load. So for example, if you are a customer with 5,000 kilowatt, you are eligible for 500 kilowatt to generate from the solar and connected with the grid. Here we are presenting the process of how to connect or how to participate in this initiative. First of all, the customer, if you are from the selected segment and you are interested to participate in this initiative, first you have to engage one of our certified consultant and or contractor. The list of contractor and consultants is already available on Ittihad website now. So you can select any of your contractor or consultant, and they will apply the pre-approval and the connection application, and they will proceed with a complete procedure. So after selecting the consultant or contractor, by the selected contractor, he can apply for a pre-approval application. A pre-approval application, it's a mix-up of no objection certificate and a drawing approval. So the contractor will submit proposed single line, proposed drawing, and the proposed point of connection. This will be checked and reviewed by Ittihad team. If it's meeting the criteria, meeting the standards, it will be approved. So you will have a no objection certificate from Ittihad. Additional NOC also need to be obtained from the local government for the building itself. We need to ensure also that the building can hold the panel. So this is it's not a specialty of Ittihad, so we give this responsibility to the local authority, for example, municipalities or a building permit and the Emirates. So from that, you have to get also an NOC for the building itself. So we'll have these two NOCs, an NOC from Ittihad and an NOC from the local government. After that, the customer can start installing the solar on the rooftop. And after completion of the installation, through the same selected contractor, they have to apply for a DSS connection application. And DSS connection application, that there will be checking on the site, there will be metering also. We have two sites will be conducted. First, it's before the connection. There are some certain tests, checklists need to be fulfilled. So if everything is fine and meeting the criteria, we'll give, like we can say, initial connection. After a few days or after 1 week, our team again will come to the site. They will inspect, and these tests will be mainly for a power quality to ensure that the power generated from the solar is within the limit, within the voltage limit, within the frequency, within the harmonics. So if it's approved, that means it's already now final connection, and we will start a billing cycle. This is the journey of the customer and how to participate in this initiative. In this slide, we are presenting how to connect with how the mechanism is as per the regulation. There will be, if you see the solar system on the rooftop, it will be connected directly with the grid. And there should be through solar meter should be connected directly after the inverter. Additional to that, there is a main meter, the main consumption meter, you can say, from the grid to the customer. So any hosting account, there should be 2 meters. One is the main meter to measure the electricity from the grid to the customer itself, and another meter for a solar from the solar panel to the grid. So there will be a 2 metering. Based on these 2 meters, the invoicing will be. So any generated power exported to the grid, and as we said, it's connected to the grid, so fully or 100% of the generated power to be exported to the grid. That power, it will be credited from the consumption. So if your consumption on the main meter, like for example 5,000, and generated power it's 1,000, it's simply 5,000 minus 1,000, so you will get invoicing of 4,000 kilowatt hours. So it's A minus B. If we will say the main energy meter is A, DSS meter is B, so it's simply A minus B. This is the mechanism that we are following in our regulation. This is a set of, I can say, obligation, rules, and responsibility. The customer is responsible to install the solar. Any maintenance, any damages, any loss of energy, that's all under customer responsibility. These are QR for our guidelines. The first one is the technical standard and guidelines. The second one is the four conditions, that who are eligible and what is the terms and condition. The third one, I can say it's like a summary of our initiative. So I will wait for seconds to scan the QR. Okay. Implementation of this initiative. At the beginning, after announcing this initiative, we start first to qualified contractor and consultant. Currently, this services is offline, and it will be online soon, inshallah. If you are interested to be like certified contractor, you send email. I will show you the email address to our team. There is one checklist need to be fulfilled. Fill that form, send it back to Ittihad with the references and profile of the company to show the experience. You should have a minimum of 5 project experience, should be financially stable, should have ISO certificate, and we have 3 criteria for the contractor. We have A, B, and C. And based on your profile, based on your experience, you will be either A or B and C. A, it's for a connection to the LV up to 100 kilowatt. B is LV also, but it's above 100 kilowatt. And C for the connection for 11 kV, regardless of the load, but if it is connected to the 11 kV, it's under category C. So the consultant should have the experience to work on 11 kV. As we mentioned, that some of the connection to be directly connected with the grid. So if you have a factory with the meter at 11 kV side, so you need to step up to the 11 kV and connect. So we need the contractor to be qualified for that such job. This is a screen of our online services. This is the services for, as we mentioned, the customer journey, pre-approval, and DSS connection application. So these 2 services currently available in Ittihad website. If you are contractor, certified contractor, and consultant, this page, it will open for you. And you have to ensure that this click is enabled. Sometimes you are receiving a call, I'm a certified contractor, but I cannot see these services. You have to ensure that access to the solar system should be enabled. This is one of our existing sites. We're connected to through this initiative. The future outlook of this initiative, as we mentioned, is to increase use of renewable energy, reduce the thermal resources for lower energy cost, and for energy mix diversity. The system impact study, this is, when I prepared this presentation, I was a little, shall I keep it or remove it? But because I'm a planning engineer, so I cannot skip it. System impact is very important. There is some test which is required from the contractor or the consultant to be performed before connecting to the grid. This set of tests, it's not only for DSS, it's for DER, distributed energy resources, but based on the capacity, based on the type of resources, based on point of connection, maybe some of these tests will be requested by Ittihad WE to be performed to ensure the network is capable to accommodate the new generated power, ensure that there is no any modification, reinforcement, or upgrading is required to ensure the quality, especially can say power flow analysis, harmonics, short circuit study that need to be studied before any correction. So that's concluding from my presentation. It's a speech or words from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. We are committed to the sustainability. So this man, every single word from him, it's a journey. Sustainability itself, it's a long journey. And we are at Ittihad Water and Electricity trying to contribute in a positive way to this journey to provide better quality of the life for our UAE communities. That's all from my side. If you have any inquiry, any question, and for contractor, you may send email to this email address, and our team will respond to you. And if you have any question, also we will be available here in Ittihad stand, hall number 1. SSP9, I think. SSP9, yes. Thank you all. I hope the session is useful for you. Thank you for your attention. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Hania. The raffle draw winners for this segment is Mr. Peter Amjad and Mr. Abdullah Luta. Please collect your prizes from the registration desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our sessions at 11:20. See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Filippo Rigoni, Executive Director, Business Development at Aqua Power, for his important session on role of HVDC technology and cross-border interconnectors as means to support of energy transition.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining me tomorrow. I'll spend the next 20 minutes in giving you probably a different perspective compared to what we heard so far. I mean, like from my distinguished colleague who have presented you technology solution. I'm the head of the business development for Aqua Power, and I'm presenting you today how Aqua Power is approaching the role of grids, HVDC technology, as a possible solution, as a mean in terms of supporting the energy transition. Let me give you a little bit of context first. I think we all agreed in these days what we are seeing is a growth in terms of demand for energy, demand to access for water, and all of these are substantial and important elements that support the growth, the economies, and population. At the same time, it is quite visible that the effect of the global warming, the transition itself are becoming more and more evident on daily basis. Therefore, there is two things that we need to take off. It's a challenge, an external challenge given by the economies working at different tires. We are seeing economy in substantial growth, economies that are suffering of possible slowdown, uncertainties in the market, taxes, changes in regulations. All of this gives a climate in which the risk is that we are losing the momentum of enhancing the transition towards a greener economy and focusing ourselves on very important but different aspects. Well, that is where, as a developer, Aqua Power, I mean, like we are streamed to give our commitment and push forward in our roadmap. And our call for action is not only for ourselves, but it's for the whole ecosystem to work together in order of achieving that role. Aqua Power has been a privileged, unique value proposition over the time because we are a developer of projects, so we originate and develop projects. We are an operator because we developed and operate the majority of our assets, and therefore we are also an investor, so we take full accountability with our financial partners in the delivery of the project. That gives us a very specific and privileged opportunity, which is to monitor the full value chain, teaming up with our partners on the equipment side, on the government side, on the demand side, in order to optimize and reiterate our ability to achieve excellence performance. This translates in very significant ability to transfer technology and learning over multiple industries, because we are present in the water sector, we are present in the renewable sector, we are present in the thermal generation, now in the green hydrogen as well. So all of these are transferable skills and competences that companies have put at service of its shareholder and the stakeholder as well. This is one of the slides that is very difficult from time to time to track because it keeps changing over time, but gives you a sense of our footprint as a company and the importance for us to work in support of developing an economies. The company today, I mean, like in its relatively young experience, and we are in excess of 20 years of business running, is now present in over 15 countries. It has almost 100 gigawatt of portfolio of generation, of which half of it is renewable. And if you think about it, this is a very important number, and like if you're looking in the prospect of the whole world. At the same time, something like we are more than 114 billion of assets under investments that we are operating and developing in partnership with the country. So all of this gives us the opportunity as a company to drive down the cost. And this is where our value proposition towards the final user, which is the people like us, really becomes a reality. Because over the last 15, 20 years, what we have done, we have managed to reduce more than 80% the cost of producing energy from renewable on the PV. I mean, like driving up to the lowest in terms of the record for LCOE under PPA signed over long-term contract. Equally on the desalination side, which is extremely important for company and growth, I mean, like we have achieved almost 6% of reduction. All of this is done by working with partner, working with the technology provider, working on the optimization of the performance, implementing new technology like artificial intelligence, scouting, operating, preventing maintenance, everything in order to drive down this. And this is done not for, let's say, increasing like the bottom line revenue of the company, but rather to transfer this to the benefit of the final consumer, which is technically all of us. Now, the challenges I've put earlier in my presentation, we have summarized as Aqua in what we call is the quadrilemma. So you have an issue about securing of supply. So all of us, we are seeking, like in terms of making sure we have the electricity and the water available at the right time and without any interruption. We have affordability, which means cost. And this is really about like improving the performance, improving the economy and making able, like that the growth will be sparked by this. It's sustainability, so doing it in a sustainable manner, sustainable in terms of long-term investment, sustainable in terms of society, sustainable in terms of health and environment. But it's also space. Space in terms of like rapidity to deploy it over time. And this is where we really call for the actions of everyone. We are in a moment in which we need to step up in terms of the quantity of energy that is developed, in the rapidity and the utility scale size of this project, because otherwise the roadmap for achieving the decarbonization, which we all aspire, like will be lost, and the momentum potentially will not be satisfied. If we look backward of what has been achieved over time by the power sector, I think it's remarkable because if you're looking at the chart here, it does represent how the various sectors over time have been able to decarbonize. And definitely we can see that by putting in more renewable into the mid-generation mix at a global level, the power sector has been able really to drive down its carbon footprint. There is room to improvement, there is more to do, of course, but definitely if you look at it in comparison with the other sector, this is the one that achieved it the most. Now the challenge is how we can make it available to others, how we can support other industry which have a different type of structure and today are most driven by fossil fuel, benefiting on the effort that technology evolution, implementation of renewables, switch to alternative type of fuels can really drive this. And this is where the use of grids can actually become a very important tool. We are looking at a very unbalanced type of map if we think about like advantage and natural resources, the so-called global south, so GCC, MENA, Africa, like they have abundance of resources and a growing demand, but at the same time, like there are economies that are still maturing. You have Europe and the Western world, which have much more advanced in terms of the maturity of economy, but have less ability to integrate their renewable footprint in order to achieve decarbonization. And that's where, regionally, but also internationally, by connecting the two, you would be able to synergize and create economy of scale. And this is where the grids really pose an opportunity, because a resilient, developed, a strong grid, like leveraging on technology, can really put in connections demand center with supply center and transfer those prices that I showed you earlier in order to make the economy accessible more and more feasible. If we look at from a map of the world point of view, HVDC technologies has achieved today fantastic record. The quantity of implementation that has been done worldwide, is overpassed 1,000 kilometers of project under operation and under development. The European grid has been heavily boosted in terms of like effort for integration, which is something that really distinguish a mature country and region like Europe, and it's followed by different type of approach at regional level. Ultimately, grid, I mean, like I've always been the prerogative of TSOs, and therefore, I mean, like the coordination and the development has been done taking into account various factors which not always, I mean, like were in consideration of where the demand and the supply centers work. At the same time, technology, both at converter station but at cable manufacturer, have achieved a record both in terms of size. We're talking about converter station of multi-gigawatt now being capable, especially through VSC technology, of incorporating and stabilizing alternative and intermittent sources of power like the one given by the renewable. And at the same time, cable and cable application has become more and more suitable not only to synergize between short-term distance, but also to bring together, I mean, like challenges like offshore application and water application. On the right-hand side, I think it's a very interesting chart. It shows how the record depth of water application for HVDC cable has been done over time. And you can see, I mean, like that over the last time, we have achieved more than 2,200 meters of application, and the record is even getting better and better over time. So it's not a matter of technology, it's really about how we can implement better this type of solution. And here is where the ecosystem needs to come together, because to beat that record, you need to have lenders who finance project. You need to have technology developer and technology operating and maintenance supplier who would need to enhance their manufacturing capacity. You need to have investors to believe in the project, and also you need to have consumers that are able to stand behind the volumes of energy that needs to be bought. All of this today are on the fringe of being able and accessible, but not yet implementable. And that's where you need policymaker, you need to have governance as well to provide the right level of support to harmonize the regulation and everything which is needed in order to provide on this. Aqua Power, I mean, like, stands behind it. We really believe, I mean, like, the GCC, the countries, I mean, like UAE, have a strong potential to become not only the driver for change, but also the exporter when it comes to technology like renewables, but also green hydrogen, which potentially can be used to be produced locally or be produced to be produced at international level. What we have done in order to support this development is to lead a consortium of partners that as early as the summer of this year has come together, bringing together developer and suppliers, but also technology providers, and start studying, I mean, like, what does it mean, I mean, like, to export energy from the region, I mean, like, to an ambition destination, which is the market country in Europe. We brought together groups of companies like the French Total Energy, the German EnBW, the Italian Edisons, and we are conducting under the patronage of His Royal Highness, the Ministry of the Energy on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, some feasibility studies in order to verify, I mean, like, what are the conditions and what are the best solution in terms to get there. Well, this is just one example of the activity. We're studying other solutions that can be implemented and can be done even at more regional level. If you think about connecting, I mean, like, grids, I mean, like, within the Gulf country, even there, I mean, like, today you have opportunities in terms of how those can be deployed and who should be driving this. Of course, this is a private initiative, so this is not coming, I mean, like, from a standard grid-to-grid proportion, which TSO are putting there the balance. This is really about trying to find a solution on how to transfer competitive advantage, which today are in an isolated mode, into a synergy at the system level that can be spread and sparkle potential benefit for consumer and others. This is where today we need financiers, lenders, technology provider, working together in order to find a solution which doesn't really rely only in the single sum of the parts, because the technology there, the money is there, I think it's the regulation potentially is there, but it's really to drive a new concept of development that can foster that type of technology. The grids are a stable, reliable system to interconnect countries. We have seen it. It works because the European market, the American market, the UK market, I mean, like, which are highly advanced, they can prove the synergies and the benefit of integrated the energy and transferring that from one side to the other, I mean, like, of the consumer part. And here is where the competitive advantage we're seeing in the region can really play a front run in terms of the development and the activity that can be done. So Aqua Power stands behind this. We are ready to commit. We are ready to looking for partners, and we're ready to secure advantages, I mean, like, that can be shared and benefited by everyone. It's an effort that needs to be done in the short term. I mean, like, the window is there. And of course, I mean, like, we are discussing with many of the people and companies present today on how that can be done. We have an international group that have been presenting here of yesterday and today that are already part of this cooperation or coalition, let's call it, of companies that are bringing together possible new ways and new avenues of implementation. I'll stop it here in terms of how we see the possibility and the integration of HVDC and cross-border connection into the market. Happy to take any question, happy to stop by with you, I mean, like, at the side of the conversation, and thank you very much for being with me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Filippo. The raffle draw winners for this segment is Mrs. Mariam Shubar and Mr. Anas Al-Lawaizi. Please collect your prize from the registration desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our next session at 12 p.m. See you then.
Hello, hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Saeed Kianfar, the Area Sales and Marketing Manager at Hitachi Energy, for a talk on Equinox High Voltage Technology and Innovation. Welcome on stage.
Good afternoon. I hope that my sound is clear and everybody can hear me well. Okay. So, my name is Saeed Kianfar. I am based in Dubai, area marketing and sales manager for high voltage equipment from Hitachi Energy. In next 30 minutes, we walk you through this nice topic of Econic solution from Hitachi Energy. Let's talk first about why Econic, what is there, and what we had, why we have, and why we want to go for Econic. You know that in our high voltage switchgear, which nowadays we are using in widely in most of the countries here in our region, we have this high voltage switchgear in the transmission and sub-transmission level. We are using the SF6 gas. SF6 gas is a very good gas, very good one. Like when it's come to the insulation, it has give us a very good insulation level. Is reliable gas, and it's very good for like short circuit interrupting. It's one of the best for this application. But we found that there is a problem with SF6. SF6 will contribute a lot to the global warming. As you can see in this slide here, we have many components or many items which they will contribute to the global warming. One of them is SF6. Although its contribution of SF6 is around 0.6%, which you may say is not that much, but the fact is that we are in this industry, we are the one who are mainly using this SF6, and we have to contribute on reducing this global warming. Therefore, from our point of view, we came up with a solution to be as good as SF6 in terms of reliability, in terms of scalability, and in terms of being compact. As I said, why we use SF6? Because it's a quite compact gas. If we can like have the same substation, which nowadays we're doing with the SF6, do them with the AIS, then you know that we have to use something like 10 times more in the dimensions for the area for that similar substation. So the idea is to have a solution, as I said, compact, scalable, and reliable like SF6, but it should be a like there should be no effect on the global warming. The problem with the SF6 is that the global warming potential of the SF6 is something around 23,000 to 25,000 of the global warming. What does it mean? It means that if 1 mole of the SF6 will be released to the air, from the global warming potential, the effect of this 1 mole of SF6 is equal to 23,000 of CO2, mole of CO2. So the effect of this SF6 on the global warming is too much. Therefore, we need to come up with a solution to which in there should be no SF6, and we will eliminate on that equivalent CO2 footprint, and should be 100% reliable, and should be scalable. When we are saying scalable, the technology should be scalable. If we are doing this solution, for example, for 100 kV, we have to be able, in the same manner, doing the switchgear for 1000 kV, just as a theoretical. And then it should be industrial solution to be available easily outside the market. And we should be able, as I said, it should be scalable. Then we have to be able to have the same product portfolio as we have nowadays with SF6, with this new solution. And the last but not the least, it has to be as compact as we have SF6. And with that, we came up with a solution, which in that solution, we are using gas mixtures. In that gas mixtures, we have over our portfolio, which you can see here. And in this photo, you can see that which product is available as of now. All the products under the green bar is available, fully type tested as per IC. And we have also references for them. And we have our roadmap for the other products, which will be available to the market within next couple of years. The interesting in this chart is that a couple of items here interesting in this roadmap. First of all, the SF6, the whole SF6 solution, when we introduced the market and developed, it was developed over a span of like, I could say 40, 50, maybe 60 years. We together with other OEM, they developed this solution. And then what we have here, the message to the market that we will have all this product portfolio over the span of like 7 to 8 years. And many of them, which we need nowadays, for example, in our region, is well available, and we have reference for that. And it's not only that, we also move a little bit our boundaries, and then we went for the higher voltage level, which is all based on the demand which we receive from the market. In our portfolio, you can see we have a solution for 800 kV, and we have solution for even 80 kiloamp for the short circuit. And all this solution will be fully type tested as per IC. And the message of scalability, as you can see here, is well defined, that we have all solution and we have plan for all voltage level to introduce it to the market. But what we have in this solution, what is this gas mixture? As you know, if I want to go back, same slide here. In this slide, we have different category of the products. The first line is the live tank breakers. We have these live tank breakers in AI substations, and it's quite using in, maybe not that much in this area, but very well it will be used in an area which they have not that much humidity, and they were like, they have enough space. We'll use this LTB, live tank breaker. The second row, the third and the fourth one is the metal enclosed breaker. The concept is the same, wherein that the breaker is enclosed in the metal. And in the concept of them from the breaker point of view is almost the same. The second last line, we are talking about the passive element, which is a gas insulated line. Although you may say that, okay, we don't have that much of GIB, but when we are talking about 400 kV, in some utilities, we have somehow here in Abu Dhabi, or we may have a lot in Saudi, they are using some kilometers of 400 kV GIB. And in those GIB also, we are having massive amount of the gas. And if you will be able to reduce those gas to a gas with a much lower GWP, will contribute a lot to this reducing the global footprint, CO2 equivalent global footprint. And the last one, which you can see in this slide, is talking about retrofill solution. Retrofill solution is a solution which in that will keep the existing installation. We remove the gas and we will inject another gas. And with this way, again, we'll do our mission. Therefore, as I said here, we have three categories: LTA or LTB, which when it's coming to the iconic version, we call it LTA. Then we have MEB, metal enclosed breakers, and then we have retrofit solution. In these three categories of the SF6 equipment, which is used in our substation, we have different gas mixture. As you can see from left to right, in LTA, we are using the just mixture of CO2 and O2. For the metal enclosed breaker MEB, we are using a mixture of the same CO2 O2 plus a little bit flavor of a synthetic gas called C4FN, only something around 3.5%. And then the other one, the last one, we are using a gas mixture of O2, N2, plus again C4FN. C4FN is, as I said, synthetic gas. Talking about this synthetic gas, I can talk later in this after in this presentation. But the good is that in the last solution here, retrofill, as I said again, will keep the existing installation. Just we remove the gas and we will inject a new gas. Why we need CO2 and O2 in this LTA, and why we have to use another gas? Maybe we have to use add a little bit of 3.5% of the C4FN, a synthetic gas, man-made gas in the other solution. You know, when we are talking about the AIS solution, we have plenty of space. In the LTB, which you can see the new version called LTA for the iconic, we have to keep this insulation level over the some meters. But in the metal enclosed, we have to keep insulation over a few centimeters. So that few centimeters should be able to withstand that voltage level. And that voltage is high voltage level. And this is the way that the gas, our gas mixture will work. So when we are talking about the GIS in general, gas insulated switchgear, this is the B of this gas insulated switchgear, which the withstand voltage has linear correlation, positive linear correlation with the distance. So distance versus withstand. These two have the positive linear correlation. If I want to say in a simpler way, although in reality it's not that much simple, but more or less like that, if I want to say in the simpler way, if you want to achieve more insulation level, you have to increase a little bit, increase the distance proportionally. Like for 100 kV, if you need like 2 centimeters, let's say, for example, 500 kV, you need 10 centimeters. So this small flavor of the C4FN will allow us to have this withstand of the, to keep this insulation level. It will help us to do the interrupting of the high current, and also have this insulation of the for the couple of 100 kV. The gas by itself is, as I said, 3.5% of the mixture is this gas, and then if any any amount of this gas due to any reason like normal leakage or due to maintenance will be released to the air, nothing will happen. That, you know, this gas will evaporate. It will go to the upper layer of the atmosphere when the sun radiation is a little bit more intensive, and after 20, 30 years, it will convert it to some salts which is available in the nature. And overall, and CO2 onto, as I said, is well available in the atmosphere. So when we are talking about the switchgear, and when we are talking about this concept to reduce the global CO2 footprint of the switchgear, the solution which we are presented to market is based on the concept that based on the same concept which we are using for many decades in our industry. We have the same gas-insulated switchgear, which work based on the concept of puffer technology. You have a gas which will help you to have enough insulation, which will cool the arc till it will pass through the zero and to reduce right of recovery voltage and will extinguish gas. And here also, since we are expert in this technology, we are also introducing a solution based on the same concept with the new gas, which can achieve our targets here. And if we look at the overall solution, and when you talk about the equivalent CO2 footprint of this switchgear, you should look at the life cycle assessment, overall life cycle assessment. Some people, they may say that, okay, you are using SF6, you were using SF6, now you are introducing a new gas, which they have some F gas is there, and again the global warming of this gas compared to some other solution is higher. That's correct, but the thing is that when we are talking about the switchgear is not only the gas. Switchgear is the gas plus all other components which is around that, all other metal part, aluminum, steel, and all of them during the whole life cycle of this switchgear, when we will extract the material and then extract the raw material, then we will go to the supply chain, we will prepare the component, then we will make the switchgear, then we will transport it to the utility side, and then they will use it over the span of the lifespan of that switchgear, and then finally it will go for the scrap and end of life. You have to consider all CO2 which will be generated through this life cycle. In other words, you have to consider from beginning, which we have the product will be generated. We call it as from cradle to grave, when the product will go for the scrap and on the end of the life. So having the switchgear of the same size, it means that we'll use almost the same material. So we'll not compromise on the gas to have a gas with the lower GWP, while we increase the material heavily and go for example, 50% more material. If we go for 50% more material, we have to spend more CO2 for the transportation, for the producing, for the supply chain, for the utilities. They have considered more space. They have to consider a bigger HVAC system. During the life span of that switchgear, it will produce more losses, and then we compare all together, we'll see that this solution is an optimal solution. So even as per the regulation which we have now available, when they are looking at the GWP of the switchgear, they will look it as one solution, not only the gas. So here is a comparison between our solution, the solution which was earlier used SF6 type, and some other solution which they are based on the air plus vacuum technology. The green part, which you can see in the left-hand side, is a little bit high. This is all effect of SF6. As I said in the beginning, global warming of SF6 is around 23,000 to 25,000. So it has a big effect on the global warming. And then we reduce this one drastically. And then by keeping almost the same material, while our solution are more or less similar dimension, then for the utility, they don't need to redesign and make a bigger building and make a bigger HVAC system or use more concrete and whatever in order to accommodate this new solution. They are going with the same dimension in their buildings. Therefore, and also in our supply chain, everything will remain more or less the same. But when we are talking about the other solution, using the concept of vacuum and high pressurized air, you know that high pressurized technical air, which they call it, I cannot use the clean air terminology, but it's because it's not really clean air. We can call clean air, we can name anything clean air, but that technical air is not a good solution for they are bad insulator. They need to increase the pressure too much to have that sort of insulation. Therefore, they will generate more losses, and in overall, the life cycle assessment of this solution, Econic solution compared to the other solution which is available is lower. And the same exercise here, some comparison has been done here for the higher voltage level, 420 kV. And the another thing is that when we are talking about our solution, as I said from the beginning, our solution is based on the technology which is scalable. We introduced in 2022 420 kV Econic to the market. Then the next year we introduced 2022. Then 2024 we introduced 550. But so far from the vacuum I have seen maybe only 145 kV. Because with the vacuum the problem is that we don't have that positive linear correlation between distance and withstand. And in some, if you increase the voltage, in some voltage level, it will go to the saturation. And then especially when we are working with some kind of load which are inductive load or capacitive load, the reaction of the vacuum is a bit of a statistic, and it makes it a little bit not reliable, I could say. And the size, I have explained a lot on the size, what is different between the size, which we explained about that. And then the things which I want to say that although we have to change the switchgear from Econic from SF6 to vacuum, but the things which we are here and we use here is the experience which is available with the team who are dealing in the daily business, in their daily work with the SF6 solution. In the same manner, they have to take care of our solution. So the same manner we will do the gas filling and other stuff will be done the same. We have the machines outside available, which they do all this gas analyzer, monitoring, detection, and first filling, and also any disposal and whatever. Here is from the gas handling also, we have the same safety procedure as we have for SF6. No problem on that one. And then moving forward, about references. About the references, as you can see, we have a lot of references in the Europe as well as in US. The reason is that in those regions, we have a regulation by the government which is exposed or is there to all consumers that if they generate CO2, they will be subject to the tax. In these regions, so far, we don't have this kind of regulation, but a country like Switzerland, maybe Germany, then Scandinavian country, those countries, they are having this regulation. In US also the same. And therefore, they will see that if they buy this switchgear, or even they change the existing one to the non-SF6 like Koenig, they will, to their benefit. In our Middle East and Africa region, we have some of this LTB installed in the Africa region, but soon we will have some referencing also in Gulf region, in UAE, and also in Saudi. And as you can see, we have more than 2,000 Econic installed, more than 15 kilometers of the GIB with the Econic, and then this solution is in the market since 10 years, especially with the lifetime breaker, as well as in more than 30 countries, the solution is available. When it comes to the technical specification of this solution, we are following exactly the same technical which was there with the SF6 one. And as I said, we have, since we have the similar dimension, it's, I can say like bravely that here, that you can have a substation when like 10 bays is SF6, and you can extend 1 bay by Econic. Since the footprint is the same, dimension is also almost similar, then there should be no problem. But if you go to other technology, you may have problem. And technical specification, as I said, we have the same short cycle level, we have the same peak withstand or power frequency withstand voltage, and other characteristic or more or less same. It's the specification for 400 kV. Then we have this one in TenneT Germany, reference list which we have in TenneT Germany. We have 550, as I said, this fully type tested solution, reference available in China. The countries which they are using 550 is the country like China. We have it in South America and in the US, in the West Coast and East Coast, they are using 550 kV, quite a lot. But in Europe, they are using mainly 400 kV, and as well as in the Middle East and Middle East region, we are using 550. Egypt also 550, Pakistan also 550. And as I said, we have dead tank breaker and gaseous switchgear. From the breaker point of view, they are same because they are based on the concept of MEB. And again, here reference in Canada. Here it was Ottawa, Toronto. We have another reference you can see here in the US. And that's all about my presentation. I have like a couple of minutes. If there is any question, I will be more than happy to answer those questions. Yes, please. Hello. Okay, the future of Econic in the Middle East. You know, so far we have many events which they are following. They are talking about this net zero, and we have some like targets by the government, by the country on the net zero. This is one thing which ultimately they have to go to that one, to that area. But if I want to make some example, let's give you the example what's going on, for example, in Switzerland, and then from there we can see what will happen in future here in this area. In Switzerland, in 2024, the amount of the order which we received for Econic solution was more than the order which we received for the SF6. So this is the trend which will come to our region also. It may take a little bit time, but it will come. It's the future. And as I said, now we have some references. Soon we will have in the new presentation, maybe after a couple of months, we will add some more reference here, UAE, as well as Saudi. And this is not only this product. We have also some other products like SSVT, Station Service Voltage Transformer, which we had the SF6 type. Now we are the first one in the 145 is introduced to the market, Econic type. So this is the future. It may take a little bit 1 year sooner or later, but as we can see in other part of the board, it's there. Regulation is there, and as soon as they will see, also they feel that they need to have some sort of regulation and to this CO2 will be more serious, then we will see more difference also in our region. Okay. Okay. Then thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Said. Now, we announce the winner in the raffle draw. We have Medina Manzoor. Please proceed to the registration desk to receive your prize. Our next panel is at 12:40 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our distinguished moderator and panelists, Ms. Maysa Eid, business news journalist and stock watcher at CNBC Arabia, Mr. Anas Mustafa, Senior Vice President of the MEP Design and Execution Department at Damac Properties, Mr. Maher Anwar Muhammad Al-Kabi, Advisor and Independent Board Member at Al Group, and Dr. Walid Al-Noaimi, CEO, Ittihad ESCO, to address the panel on property development global trends, sustainability, green growth, and smart ownership.
شو الاخبار؟
الحمد لله
مساك طيب.
الحمد لله رب العالمين. شو اخبارك انت؟ شكلهم مثبتين علينا وعليك نحن ثلاثتنا نفس البلد.
شغلين لك الميكروفون ولا شغلينك؟
Good afternoon, everyone. Our panel today looks at the future of property development, not just buildings, but how we live, own, and sustain them. Around the world, we see three big shifts: the push for sustainability, the move toward green growth in our businesses, and the rise of smarter, more flexible ownership models. With me are three leaders in this industry who are shaping the future. Mr. Anas Mustafa, Senior Vice President of the MEP Design and Execution Department at Damac Properties. Mr. Maher Al-Kabi, Independent Board Member at Al Group of Companies. Mr. Anas Mustafa, Dr. Walid Al-Noaimi, CEO of Ittihad ESCO. Together, we will explore how these global trends are transforming property in the UAE and beyond. Let's start with the goal that the UAE has put, which is to reach net zero by 2050. I'd like to start with Mr. Anas. How can buildings be actually luxurious and sustainable at the same time? And if you could give us any recent example.
Thank you very much, Maysa. In fact, this is, a great question to start with. See, in modern design technologies, we see that, sustainability and luxury are no longer opponents. But in fact, if they are designed in a proper way, they complement each other. So let me just give you an example of applying a smart home automation system within luxury units. So these systems optimizes lighting, AC, and shading. As at the same time, they provide high level of comfort. And in general, there are so many examples. But in general, projects that I would say, which I would say possess, high LEED certification, are, it's a sign of luxury and exclusivity. So sustainability and luxury are moving hand in hand.
Exactly, and that's the misunderstanding we have now. If the building is luxurious, it doesn't mean it's sustainable, and vice versa.
Exactly.
Yes. I'd like to go to Mr. Maher Al-Kabi. So you advise both government and family businesses. In simple terms, what does the circular economy mean to the real estate in the UAE?
It's a small question, but a very long answer for that thing. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm actually honored all the time. Whenever there is WETEX happening, these two key gentlemen are always with me in the panel. So I think this is going to be a slogan for every coming years, inshallah, Rabbil Alameen, as we live. I'm honored to be along two really smart individuals who are doing a lot of work within the UAE. Going back to circularity, just to define it, first of all, We're living a linear economy whereby we actually withdraw materials from the earth and we make product out of them. And once the shelf life is over, we just dispose them. As simple as this. So the circularity concept has been there for a very long time in our Asian time. So it's not nothing new. It's just we put a spin to it saying circularity. So to give a small example, whenever you had excess food, you would make sure that the excess food is given to someone else to use it. The actual example, I love to give the example because I would love to use it. What we used to do, and I still do it at home, the eggshell itself, if you dry it, if you grind it as a powder, and you take 1 spoon of that and mix it with glass, it gives you the highest content of calcium. That's the circularity. So basically, you're not letting anything going waste. Given that we now have clarity and alignment on circularity, how do we achieve that in buildings? It's a work in progress, and it's a very challenging thing to do because buildings have been built in a certain way. So the 3 main phases of making buildings circular, the first phase would be always design. So you need to design it in such a way that when the material is no more required, you have to use it for somewhere else. And let me give some stats for us to fathom how big the market is. Construction use about 30 to 36% of all the energy. So you use a lot of energy just to do constructions. And the 40% of CO2 emission happens during the construction time from the building itself. So keep that in mind. And demolition numbers now, we've reached about more than 2 billion tons of demolition happening, i.e. these material are going to the landfill, getting wasted, not be able to use. So how do we bring it from design perspective into circularity? One, how do we make sure that we make buildings which can be repurposed? And there are many companies today actually doing it across the globe. They're not mainstream, but ideas are happening. For example, you can build modular schools today. And if the school, for example, now need to be removed from the community where you're in because the community is moving for whatever reasons, you actually reassemble these schools or even hospitals or even community malls and make them move somewhere else. So you don't end up using the material. So from design perspective, you make it for multi-purpose uses. The other important part during the design perspective, how do we use material which are circular in nature, i.e. can we reuse the steel that we have, which got demolished earlier? We refabricate, make sure we be able to use it. Can we use concrete, which is of low carbon emission, where the low carbon emission can happen from them? And of course, a lot of strides are happening, and China is really leading that space globally today. So these are 2 key aspects on the first phase of designing. When it comes to the construction, during construction, remember I said that we use a lot of energy during the construction time. So how can we use renewable energy rather than using the traditional energy sources that we have today? And during that time as well, how do I make sure a lot of consumption of water happens because of mixing it with concrete? How can we have material which required less water, which is available, which is happening? People are testing it and building buildings out of that in a very record time, so we can minimize the use of the resources that we have today. Once these 2 phases are done, now the building is there, available for you to use. How do we make sure that the building is efficiently managed? And it's all circle even in thinking way of it. For example, the gray water which comes out of the building, which goes from your toilet and got flushed out. Today, currently, most of the water globally goes to the drainage system, so you don't end up using it. There are few companies locally and internationally are reusing this gray water for plantation after treating it, and we provide solution out of this. Just a question for you guys to know, how many of you are owner of buildings? Own buildings? None of you? Only 1 person raised their hand. 2 people. Third, get these 2 people because the next solution is very important. And doctor will talk about a lot about retrofit. The second important things about the building is how do I make sure that I mix my energy uses today? I can't say it's 100% renewable because I need to be realistic from that perspective. How do I make sure that I have enough energy which is coming in from renewable sources, just not only from your traditional sources? How do we actually minimize the use of energy? There are enough products that are available. Those who are in the building businesses, who have buildings, those who are actually working in buildings and would like to reduce your emission and reduce your energy bills, there are enough products available today in the market where you can use them and you reduce about 20 to 25% of your energy bill. And also net carbon emission, your footprint will also reduce. So this solution we provide as a group. So you can also get in touch with my team over here and they'll help you to do it. And we have been, the last, I would say, implementation execution we've done was with Dubai Holding, and that was a breakthrough, apart from doing from hotels and hospitals and so forth. So these are the things that you need to take care of. Now, these are broad ideas. There are many other things come into place when it comes about circularity, but a little bit stop over here just to make sure that we give chances for the other questions.
I think, as you mentioned, it's a short question, but the answer is really important. And it's important to have specific KPIs to measure if the building is actually green or not. Thank you. I'd like to go to Dr. Walid. So you focus on making buildings more sustainable and green. In your opinion, are the property companies in the UAE moving fast enough in order to make this switch?
With the current targets and the update from the Dubai Demand Side Management Program, I think we're never fast enough. We have to think of innovative solutions. I think Widges is next door. The main goal of Widges this year is to create innovative solutions to fast track all the sustainable solutions that we can provide. Looking at the new development, okay, I think the developers are putting that in mind. Mahar have elaborated on this, having the design flexible in order to, for multi-purpose use and to inject it into, reuse the materials, participating into the circular economy. But the large part of the city is old buildings where the challenge is making it compatible to the new smart systems that can be adapted in it. The design cannot be changed due to the previous planning that wasn't considered into the use of smart buildings, to adapt to the new technology. The good thing about the new designs is you can be, let's call it open protocol, in order to modify it, add on to it, in order to be up to date to the latest systems. You cannot install a system that you cannot upgrade next year. Technology is evolving. I wouldn't say yearly. It's quarterly now, and we see how new systems are coming up seasonally.
Yes, and having honestly summits like WETEX and WETEX, they are really important to shed the light on how important it is to make this shift, the green shift. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Anas, I think many people here think that sustainability means higher cost. How can you convince people and clients that actually investing in sustainability creates a bigger value on the long term?
Thank you very much. So the debate about the cost and sustainability is old, and luckily in the MAC we have crossed that stage long time back, because we understand what is the added value of adopting green building technology. So the decision, as I said, comes from the management of the real estate developer, and here where it was like an old debate about what are the pros and cons of adopting such systems. But in general, we in a discussion of this, we are focusing on two main aspects. First is the value, and second is the vision. So when we talk about the value, it's known to everybody. So buildings with green building technologies, they consume less energy, less water, more efficient, and overall, the operational cost is lower. So this is number one for the value. Now for the vision, it's well known now that any units that include advanced green building technologies like solar power generation, home automation systems, advanced BMS, high performing glazing, all of these, in reality, they have a higher market value and attracts more premium customers and buyers. So in my opinion, sustainability now is not like an environmental choice, but it's a strategic investment decision.
It's a necessity as well, actually.
Correct.
So, Mr. Maher, you work with ministries and board members. So, can you tell us what policies or incentives are still needed in order to make this shift and in order to encourage developers to shift into green energy?
I'll echo what I've said even in my other panels. We work in a very smooth manner whereby we always try to use the carrot approach, i.e. encourage whether developers, construction companies to adopt to the new strategies of making sure that we are sustainable in our practices. But a time comes that after that you need to use the stick approach, where you start putting some taxes on the people not doing it because we don't have a choice. But we've known of doing it in a very smooth manner. If you look at all the policies that we have today, even the circular economy policy 2021 to 2031, it's all about talking about main 4 areas and category. Infrastructure is one of the most important one over there, and buildings are part of that thing. So I believe we have good policies at this point of time as we speak, because we do not want to break people's back and developers and those construction companies. We need to make sure that we work with them. Perhaps rather than saying about putting rules, what incentives I should provide, that would be better. So if I would see the companies, the developers are adopting green practices, for example, putting up LEED buildings, which is very costly, can I give them a tax break? I know it's a very difficult thing, debatable thing, because the cabinet has to approve this thing. It cannot happen just by signing things. Can I incentivize that by giving them a tax break, particularly the corporate tax? Can I give them a reduction on taxes on other related, like for the VAT, for their purchasing and procuring materials, which are of carbon, less carbon emitters? So these are the various things, the tools that we have to use, not only one thing, but I think work in progress is happening. What we've learned over the last 50 years of this country's formation, every single thing that our leaders said that we want to actually achieve, they've always overachieved before time. And things are happening. So I'm very confident that this is also going to happen in collaboration with all the stakeholders, whether it's government, federal and local, and also the private sectors, whom we consult all the time whenever we come up with the policy. So the policies are not made by us. We actually do a focus group and work group. We speak to the private sectors. We ask their opinion. When our 80% of the policies are ready, then we circulate the policy. Now, all of you remember about the Law 11, which gets in effect last May 30th, but it was actually issued last year. However, the law has to be interpreted correctly and accurately, because a lot of consultants are actually scaring a lot of people, saying that if you don't do this thing, this will happen. Not at all. Every single word in that law has been carefully worded for the perspective of to make sure that the private sector's backs are not broken.
Thank you. And this is very closely related to my next question. Dr. Walid, many companies now are saving money through this shift to green energy. Can the same be done for families that pay less for their electricity in the future in order to shift for green energy?
Of course. Sustainable buildings worth more than unsustainable building, let's say that. I mean, it doesn't just provide the technology. The comfort is there. The lower operating costs. When you go sustainable, of course, you will pay less utility bills. You attract the premier tenants for renting your units because they're sustainable. In addition to the regulations of the green certificates of the buildings, of course, people are more aware now of being environment friendly and being sustainable. Therefore, even for purchase for the real estate market, you find it's more attractive for buildings that's sustainable and using recycling systems and smart systems in the buildings is more attractive for the tenants and for the investors for the properties.
Yes, because it's important to convince also families that not only businesses benefit from the shift to sustainability, but also they will pay less in the future in order to shift for this clean energy.
If I can add example to that thing, why would family pay less? Because their energy bills would be lesser because the building is done on a sustainable manner. The water bill, the same water that you use today can be reused and given back to you. That's mean you're actually using less water. And the innovative solutions that we require are coming up. For example, one of my friends, he's a developer, he's just launched the building last Thursday in a waterfront. The building, of course, apart from being sustainable, it has a very unique idea into the buildings, and they've got patents around this, which is the first one to be done globally. Now, we know our summer is very hot. You cannot enjoy the balcony during summertime, which is about 11, for me, it's 12 months is summer, but you know, for a lot of you, it's probably 7 months is summer. He actually came up with a patent solution whereby you can sit in your garden, open garden, fully ACs, use the air is circulated by reusable material so that your bill is extremely low and you're enjoying sitting outside. Not only that, even if you don't buy the apartment and so forth, they've got a coffee shop in the Jumeirah Road today as we speak, and they've got a house over there with a coffee shop itself. It's an open forum. You go and sit there a coffee and you actually enjoy sitting outside because the whole thing is AC completely different and the energy bill is extremely low vis-a-vis the conventional ACs that we have today.
Thank you so much. So let's shift from sustainability into more AI and data centers. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Anas. So if you want to talk about AI, we have a lot going on when it comes to ownership development in the UAE, especially in the property sector we're talking about. So how do you see the ownership evolving over time in the UAE?
Okay. I would say over the past few years, we started to see different type of ownerships, starting from partial, first, co-living, partial ownership, fractional, and all the way toward, tokenized real estate through blockchains. So I'm really, we are really in Damak so much comfortable about all of these, I would say, ownership types, especially that the governmental bodies are controlling this. So luckily we have strong governmental bodies like RERA, DLD, and VARA. So we find, that all of these models are adding a lot to the real estate industry in Dubai. Now, focusing about data centers, as everybody knows, we in Damak, we are not only focusing now on real estate, but also on digital infrastructure. And we are expanding globally in more than 12 countries. And we are building massive data centers everywhere. And again, if we are again go back a little bit to sustainability, these data centers consumes massive energy compared, to real estate sector. And we have to be so much careful about each and every design element. I agree with Dr. Waleed when he said that everything starts from design. We have to focus on design and careful selection of all design technologies, equipment selection, everything. And talking about data centers again takes us to AI. In Damak, we are nowadays developing data centers that are ready to accommodate AI workloads. And proudly, we are one of the first companies to start delivering projects that serves the servers with liquid cooling for the latest advanced AI processors. And how to interlink also that to real estate, I'm sure we will start talking about how this AI is going to affect all the project life cycle, all the way from design, where we are using AI applications, where we move to construction and then operation. So I won't be surprised in the future if we start talking about buildings with car parkings for automated vehicles and non-automated vehicles.
Yes. Do you think this ownership or this development in ownership can hurt the luxurious image of buildings?
I don't think so for two reasons, in my opinion. The first reason is that when you allow partial ownership through tokenization, this, I'm sure, tokenization customers will focus on premium location and premium properties. And that will add a lot, to the, I would say, to the luxury real estate projects because there will be more in demand. Second thing, in my opinion, we as a companies, when we realize that this project, there will be multiple ownership for units and partial or shared ownerships, this, pushes us again, to focus more on operational side. And when we focus more on operational side, I'm sure that will reflect positively on our customers' experience.
Yes, I agree with you. So going on to Mr. Maher, family businesses and traditional groups in the UAE have long dominated the real estate. How can they adapt to this new type of ownership in the UAE?
Before that, would you like to reduce your bills in your data centers?
For sure.
100%?
Yeah.
Talk to us. Talk to him after the meeting.
Yeah.
We're already implementing in one data center and we're reducing the bills over there. And data center consume a lot of energy.
Correct.
So any 1% you reduce, it's millions of savings in a year.
We are open to share that.
They are actually investing $25 billion on data centers, and their chairman has been with Donald Trump, announcing that a few months ago. So he's been humble not to say that. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Let's tokenization. How many of you are aware what tokenization is? Just with a raise of hand. Just let's see if we can explain that. Less than 1%, probably 0.5%. Okay. Tokenization is nothing new. It's been there in a different form, which is basically how can I have one property and multiple people owning the whole property. So at best, certain jurisdiction will allow four people to own one property, some others maybe more and so forth. I think Dubai allows 4, if I'm not mistaken, but but then that's a traditional way of getting things done. So you still have to go to the Dubai Land Department, and you need to make sure all the buyers are there. Of course, you can be digitally as well, and do the handshake between the buyer and sellers to make sure everything is done. With tokenization, what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a market for that. So it's a new asset class. One property, let's say worth $1 million, you can divide it into 10 pieces. So you say every one piece is a token. And it's worth, if you divide $1 million by 10, so let's say 100,000 dirham. So every part of that property, now they have 10 parts, worth 100,000 dirham. Now, those who could not afford to buy a property of 1 million dirham, they actually can buy a property which is a part of that property of 100,000 dirham. But why would I do that? I do that because probably I want to get a rental yield because this property will be rented. Or maybe this property over a period of time will appreciate in value. I will get the appreciation, a percentage of that relative to me. So these are two main purposes why tokenization happened. Now, again, I repeat, it's not a new concept, has been there, but the whole process now becomes smooth and easy in a digitized fashion. What is the other reason we make that happen? And what's the other benefit for that to happen? Now, if you allow enough people to come and invest in part of the property which they could not do earlier, you're bringing more liquidity to the market, which we're sitting on the fence in the banks, earning 2-3% in a good day or 5% in a good day, depending on the amount you have. So now you have another asset class where you could not invest fully. Now you can invest part of it. So now you're bringing enough money to the system. And that's why Dubai government particularly took a lead step in making that happen. Now, for that to happen, you need to put it on a blockchain. I'll explain blockchain some other time, or maybe after that thing, because you want to make sure this is in a platform which is immutable. That means nobody can fraud that platform, and only one record of every single person is available over there, so you cannot duplicate the entire thing. Now, Dubai Land Department started making the blockchain back in 2017. So it's a very old project. It's not a new thing. They've announced last year to use tokenization. So that's mean registration of the part of the properties using the blockchain technology. It was announced last year. I think you guys have done 9 properties, if I'm not mistaken, already, and they're already sold out in 2 months' time. So that was through an application that's been developed by the founder's daughter as well, Repco, right?
Yes, correct.
So this is a very important thing. So given that this is just happening, and by the way, Dubai is the first government in the world which has enabled this. There are 5 ways of you to enjoy tokenization. Either you own the property, or you lease the property, or you get government backup by that, which is much more trustworthy and secure for you as a transaction. And there are other SPVs, Morum, 2 more are there. So I believe over a period of time, as this would permeate slowly, it become very attractive, because as a developer, what do I want to do? I want to build and sell. So if I enable such technologies, and those who could not actually invest in the whole apartment or whole villa, now I'm bringing a technology where they can partly invest. That means I'm able to sell my property faster by making it available in a tokenized fashion.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take this to Dr. Walid. It's a related idea of what we already talked about before. So could we imagine a future in which the greener the building is, the more its owners actually earn back?
Of course. As I said earlier, when you look at lower operational costs and lower utility bills, definitely the property will worth and value more, especially if it's flexible for reuse. I mean, even residential can be transformed to office or any kind of business, providing that all the initial systems and flexibility for reuse is available. I would look at, in the future, looking at all buildings have adapted to net zero green buildings, circular economy. It will definitely worth more, because it's not outdated anymore. You know, when does the value goes low in a building? When it's outdated and not being able to be reused as per the modern or the requirements of the business or the operational use that's required from it.
And I think that a lot of the energy, the sustainability and the green energy now is cheaper than ever. I think even the solar panels is getting cheaper, and all the renewable energy is getting cheaper by time. But it's also important to convince people that they will have a long-term value after the green investment. So definitely.
And it's not just cheaper, it's accessible for anybody, even for individuals. I mean, you can buy a smart system for your home, and whenever you go smart for your home, you can never go back to the old-fashioned way. It's more comfortable. It provides comfort, lower utility bills, lower operational costs. Even the value of the property increase by using that. And with the adaptation of artificial intelligence, you're going to the full-fledged, as you say. In Etihad ISCO, we use, in our command control center, we use AI and analytical data to operate on large portfolio properties, where it's helping us in lowering the operational cost, in preventive maintenance, zero downtime, in addition to lower energy and zero energy waste, of course.
Exactly, and I wanted to touch now on this point, the AI, artificial intelligence. Mr. Anas, you mentioned that the MAG invests heavily on data centers. So how can these data centers help create smarter and greener property in the UAE?
See, Maisa, the data centers, if I want to classify them, there are 2 types of data centers. There are data centers for inferencing applications, and there are data centers for AI models training. So the more data centers you have for inferencing in a region means that you can exchange the information and technologies faster in that area. So for example, if somebody wants to subscribe with any of the national telecom companies for smart applications, then all of these transactions requires a data center to support. So that's why I'm saying that the existence of a data center in a place will give a lot of opportunities for future application. And also, a lot of smart services can be served, through the service channel providers. And when we talk about AI data centers, which are, for, I would say, training or for, processing high technical values, again, it will help a lot, It will help a lot, in various sectors, not only in real estate, in healthcare, in education, everywhere. And, advancement on all of these sectors will reflect positively in the entire national, economy.
Yes, and as you mentioned, it's always important to make sure that these data centers are also energy efficient and they are sustainable.
Correct. I'll just give an example. The smallest data center which we are developing now is of a capacity 10 megawatt. 10 megawatt of IT load. And if I translate that into a power consumption, it's equal to the power consumption of our Damak Heights 94-story tower. So imagine that globally, we are at 6,000 megawatts globally. So we have to be super careful about, the energy consumption. And that's why proudly we have, as I said earlier, we have adopted the latest technologies of liquid cooling for the AI racks and for the processors so that we reduce the power consumption by at least 30%. And I would just, take you a little bit about our journey in data centers. Currently, we have established, I would say, two companies. One is Damak Digital, which is responsible for developing data centers. And recently, we have launched also Damak AI, which is responsible for deploying GPU processors within these data centers and selling direct services to our customers. So in country by country, we are finding different design aspects, different local regulations, different resources, different climate, different customer expectations, different demands on these data centers. So we have to compile all of this together and always come up with a proper design for the data center to make sure we are not impacting the environment.
Yes, and I'd like to hear that from Mr. Maher. How do you think AI can help create smarter choices when it comes to sustainable buildings and property?
I think let's look at artificial inferences, I call it, not intelligence, is yet to be there, is how do we make sure we collect this data and use it for ourselves when it comes to building management? Meaning, if I have enough data saying that, during the year, this is the amount of energy used, this is the amount of occupancies are there, in the room, how much of energy using, occupancy with the IoT sensor being installed, I get to know, which I have in my house, whether these rooms are occupied or not. If they're not occupied, so my data tells me during the time of a week or a day, a month, a year, this room is hardly any occupied, and because of the sensor feeding that information to me, I can shut off the lights automatically, I can shut off the ACs also automatically, or keep it at a certain temperature where there's no a lot of drainage is happening on even the renewable energy I'm trying to use over there. So with the help of data, we're able to do a predictive modeling and use those data things to make it a very efficient building. Now, take that example from one building to a community. So Dubai today is sitting on a digital twin, whereby we understand how the Dubai is all about. So for example, take an example of Dubai Airport. They do have a virtual replica of the airport. When it comes to redesigning, refabricating something, they do it virtually, and then they do it because of the data they have today. Once they build that, they're able to put an efficient use of a physical product or service on a physical world. Now, when you have the smart data available and predictive model using the AI inferences, you're able to give back and lessen the energy usage, water usage, which are the most contributors. Cities consume about 80% of energy coming from heating it or cooling it. So if you only take care of this thing, you'll actually reduce a lot of carbon footprint, and that you can happen only if you use enough data by using the AI inferences and predictive models.
Exactly, thank you. So, Dr. Walid, how do you think AI can actually help reduce the energy waste in buildings?
AI is so smart that it can achieve the the most optimized way of using energy. I'll give an example of Dubai Airport. We have executed a retrofit project for Dubai Airport in 2019. The expected energy saving was 29%. Today we are achieving 36% because of the open protocols that we can modify the systems and making it think for the best optimized way of saving energy. AI is guiding us on the operational method that we have to use. It adapts to the behavioral of the client himself. You might have two identical buildings. The operation of each building is different. That's why AI might guide you on how to optimize the energy in each building differently. It's as much as data you give it, it analyzes for you in the best way of using your energy.
Do you think AI can be a standard tool for every developer in the UAE?
It will definitely be. I mean, I think it will be a basic requirement for any developer or any contractor, any operational of any business. It can be implemented that it will, I mean, make you optimize every source correctly.
I think it should be, but it's going to take a bit of long time for people to create that awareness because there's also an expense behind it, but you can amortize the expense over a lifetime of the whole building.
I think the shift can be gradually over time to go fully on AI.
Absolutely, because you need to permeate the awareness. So we need to make sure that if you ask people about energy saving products today, despite having a clear cut saying that you're going to be saving this much of energy, this much CO2, the awareness is not yet built up in their thinking saying that I really want to do it. It's important, it's improving, no doubt about that, but it's taking some time. So we need to make sure that we do a phased manner approach without really breaking again the backs.
So let's put a hypothetical question very briefly. So if we meet again in 2035, what would be the biggest single change we witnessed in the property sector in the UAE? I'll start with you, Mr. Anas.
Well, Maisa, I think, as the technology about renewable resources are evolving, I'll not be surprised if we see buildings, for example, in after 10 years that is 100% covered by renewable energy. Now, again, the involvement also of the AI, which is going to accelerate at a fast pace. I think, also we're going to start differences in the design of the buildings. As I said, the buildings might have to be designed in a way to be ready to accept or, to accommodate automated property management system, operated, automated, car parking for the vehicles, I would say route paths, for server robots. I think, there will be like a lot of changes, and I'm sure, over the coming years, it will accelerate at a fast pace.
Thank you. What about you, Doctor?
I'm not sure if you're inviting us to be four of us together again in 10 years' time, but let's see. 10 years is a very short time, given the changes are happening rapidly globally today. So it's gonna be a bit difficult for me. What I want for it to happen, really to happen on the physical world, is how do we use technology as best way of doing an urban planning, which is part of Dubai 33 and Dubai 40 mission, is to make sure that the urban planning is done centrally, whereby whenever we build a building or a community, we take care of also schooling needs over there, healthcare, make sure that we are, we all know about the proximity that His Highness is trying to bring, make sure the communities are together there. The bridges we need to do, we have to simulate this in a virtual world. Technology is available, by the way, been there for quite some time. Dubai is trying to do stride of that. I think we would probably accelerate in that development in 10 years' time. And how do we use more of IoT to get the data and also do predictive model on what future uses are going to be, and that's important. The other thing, probably I would see more adoption towards building being sustainable, whether during the design phase, construction phase, and an operation phase as well. And all phases are extremely important. because the first will lead to the second and the third. And how do we make sure we reduce the reliance of the current energy sources that we have, the water source that we have today? We've got challenges with water. I mean, 80% of our water is desalinated. We don't have enough reservoir, which is getting depleted every year. So how do we make sure that we conserve water as much as possible? All the water that's coming up from the building can be reused 100%. We also offer a solution to partners whom we work with. Whatever water they have today, we actually get them use it. And we just announced it last week, I think 2 weeks ago, but the solution for us has been there for a couple of years ago.
Thank you so much. What about you, Dr. Wood?
I would like to add to what you say. The technology can be there. We can change the designs, adapt the systems, but it's us who have to change.
People,
the behaviors. I would like to refer to Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid last book. If you don't change, you're not going anywhere. It's us who have to change. We can have all the systems, the best systems in the world, but if we don't change our behavior, the way we think, we will not reach there. The targets are there to reach net zero, the circular economy, but we will not reach there unless we work together and change our mentality of seeing things for the future.
Right, yes.
and that change happened from home, by the way.
True.
So don't blame regulators, private sectors. If you don't change at home by educating your children, let me ask you, how many of you are teaching sustainability to your loved ones and your children? Don't shy, raise your hands. Again, it's always less than 5%. It's hardly 2%. So don't expect regulators like us to come and help you alone. You need to live sustainability at home by teaching your children, loved ones. We've been doing that. If you go back to your grandmother, she's been living sustainably, by the way. So please start with your children, then expect the change to come outside. My biggest problem, I sit in the chairman in a couple of schools, by the way. We teach children sustainability, they go back home, they unlearn that because of their parents, and then come back saying it, but my parents are not doing that. So, guys, let's do some work over here.
Maher, I don't know if any of you have look at their DUA bill, the green bill.
Oh, yeah, of course. I track it for the last, 20 years.
And you look and you notice, you compare yourself to your neighbors, your usage of water, of electricity, compared to your neighbors, and how you rate yourself. And what are the ways to reduce your bill? Looking at solar, looking at the shades, using the AC in the right way. So there are different ways of saving the energy, and it's not just for your home. This is how we start, as you said. It starts from home, and the end is the world, the whole planet.
It's a culture. It's a culture.
Exactly. So it starts with the mentality first, and then we change from the outside. I'd like to keep some room for the audience if they have any questions now.
The mic is coming. There's a gentleman behind you over there.
Yeah.
Hello. So I just had a question to raise. Recently, a few years ago, the UAE government stated that they'll be closing landfills by 2027. So I wanted to know what exactly is DMAC and a circle group moving forward for waste management. Because a lot of the waste that we have goes towards landfills, and sustainability being the key factor, this is an area that has to be looked at.
Thank you very much. If you allow me to answer this question, as he has mentioned DMAC. So in DMAC, see, always, the waste management and waste recycling is, like a pillar component of sustainability. And we in DMAC, we are, working, consistently in reducing the waste generation across our projects by segregating them. And I can give some figures. So, for example, in the year 2023, in our ESG report, we have recycled 360 tons of waste. In the year 2024, we have managed to recycle 560 tons, which is like at 47% increase. Also, with the segregation of the waste, we managed like 11.6 percentage reduction in waste skips. So waste recycling is important part, and we are keeping an eye on that.
May I give another example of what we do as well? We're not as big developers as the MAC. They do a lot of waste, so they need good question you asked them. Okay, we develop a few buildings, but we've got buildings for the last since the 60s. But we've got a very unique plant, which is the only plant is there today in the entire Middle East. You know, all the waste generated from the food establishment, we've got 14,000 food establishments in Dubai alone. I'm talking about hotel, restaurants, coffee shops, schools, wherever cooking happens, by the way. So there are certain substances comes out from this cooking, which is called fat, oil, grease. I'm referring to commercial, not residential at this point of time, because commercial is the highest, which is 70 to 80%. In the past, this waste used to go and clog the municipal lines. So the municipality used to came to us and saying, let's find a solution. Fast forward, we found a solution whereby we take this waste, we collect it, rather than sending it to the landfill, we treat it and we put it back into the economy. So in the past 15 years, we've saved about 620 million liters of water, which could have gone wasted. So we've saved that. And this is now used by the economy in the last 15 years. And of course, as Dubai grow, we're trying to double our population size as per D33 and D40. That's mean we're going to go about to 7.8 million people. That's mean more food establishment will open up in that case. So more waste would be generated as we have today, and we'll be able to save that water. Another important substance kind of that from treatment is called brown oil. Today, we use the brown oil in the recent past to do soap manufacturing or even for cosmetics. We've opened another plant in Abu Dhabi beginning of this year. So this byproducts now go as a feedstock to that plant where we actually treat it and we comes out of it biofuel. And this is what I explained to His Highness Sheikh Ahmed when he came to our stall yesterday, that would be now a third step for us would be how do we develop SAF, which is sustainable aviation fuel for the airline industry.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Mahdi Maghraoui, founder of ShiftX. I have a question. As you know, we say when you want to improve it, you have to measure it. I have a question for Mr. Anas and for Dr. Walid. Have you measured the carbon footprint of Damak and of Etihad?
I can give you some figures about that. So we are proud our recent community, the Damak Lagoons, is now a Platinum LEED certified project, and we are with a lot of initiatives. We are targeting a carbon footprint which is equal to 2.7 tons of CO2 emissions per capita, and we see that this is a very competitive rate, especially if it is compared with the international average that is still at 4.7 tons of CO2 emissions. So I think this is the figure which is in mind, and hopefully we're going to achieve better figures in the future.
Well, for us, for every single project, for our clients, let's say Dubai Airport, Dubai Police, Dubai Municipality, RTA, we measure the footprints that have been captured for those projects and for the energy that we have saved. And we give the benefit to the client to change those to carbon certificates that can be monetized in the future. So as the added value for the energy saving and the lower operational cost, in addition to that, they get to monetize the carbon certificates that they capture.
To add to that, this is a very important one, but it's important to be transparent. We had our early Circular Economy Council meeting at our plant back in June 2023. Then we promised the Minister, both Minister of Economy and the former Minister of Climate Change and Environment, Mariam Mehri and Abdullah Mantouk, that we're coming up with a digital platform whereby we will measure every CO2 emission happening because of the waste we're collecting from the 14,000 food establishments, and we'll track them. And we launched that digital platform in January 2024. So now we have a digital platform which is accessible by our partners, the Department of Dubai Municipality. They can see how much waste is generated, by whom is getting generated, and during the year, what are the cycle of the waste getting generated, and how much CO2 emission is also happening because of that waste. And most importantly, the methane as well. What we're building now next is to build a predictive model, or people like to call it AI for the sake of calling AI, is how to predict the waste faster before it happens, so you can go and get it before that, so you can even reduce the impact of CO2 emission and methane emission even faster. So digital platform is very important. We also developed another digital platform for a neighboring city where they requested us that they wanted a digital platform for their waste and for their carbon footprint. So we developed that. Of course, we paid it for ourselves, for them to see it. So it's important to have these matrices available where the city can integrate and see it and accordingly take corrective actions, whatever is required.
Thank you so much. I think our time has ended, unfortunately, but I hope we meet again in 2035 to check what's the biggest change we will witness in the property.
I'm not sure. I'm going to be much older than now, but these two young will remain younger.
Still you are young.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank, first of all, our leaders in this property sector in the UAE. I'd like to start with Mr. Anas. Thank you so much. You are the Senior Vice President of the MEP Design and Execution Department at the MAC Properties. Thank you. Mr. Maher Al-Kaabi, Independent Board Member at As-Serkal Group of Companies, UAE Circular Economy Council Member. Thank you so much. Dr. Walid Al-Nuaimi, CEO of Etihad Energy Services, ESCO. Thank you so much. And thanks our lovely audience for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We would like to thank our moderator and panelists on this insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay seated, and we invite you to stay with us as we begin withdrawing the raffle draw. The winners will be announced shortly. If you did not register at the registration desk, please make sure you register to enter the raffle draw. We'd like to remind you, if you did not register for the next session, please register to enter the raffle draw with us. We have the raffle draw winner. We'd like to ask Mr. Abdurraouf Hosseini to proceed to the registration desk to receive his award. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join me to welcome Dr. Aisha Noemi, the Director of Sustainability and Innovation Center at DEWA, who will deliver a presentation on driving sustainability, the Clean Tech Alliance workshop. Welcome to the podium.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It is indeed a great pleasure to present to you one of the key initiatives that we have launched recently during WETEX, which is the Clean Tech Alliance initiative. This initiative is a platform for our industry partners, basically to work together with us as DEWA Sustainability and Innovation Center to drive sustainability forward. So before introducing the initiative, first of all, let me introduce DEWA Sustainability Center. DEWA Sustainability and Innovation Center is a clean technology innovation hub that promotes sustainable energy future in Dubai and beyond. And the Sustainability Center is located at the heart of Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park, which is considered the largest single-site solar park worldwide based on the IPP model. The center is established to support Dubai Clean Energy Strategy 2050 that aims to diversify the energy mix in Dubai and to reach our target to power Dubai by 100% of clean energy by the year of 2050. The core units of the center are basically, the center is the key and the main visitor center of the Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park, where we host and welcome visitors from all the categories, from the high-level delegations to students level, to basically raise their awareness and get to know about Dubai leading projects in the field of clean and renewable energy and sustainability, which I will speak about it at a later stage. The second unit is the clean energy capacity building, where we also have several initiatives and programs that support building the skills of professionals and youth. And the third unit is basically the Clean Technology Innovation Hub, in which we have several initiatives that support the innovation in the field of clean energy. Going back to our core topic today, which is the Clean Tech Alliance. The Clean Tech Alliance is a flagship initiative that consists of several programs. The first program is the Clean Tech Youth. The second is Clean Tech Connect. The third is the Innovators. Fourth is the Hackathon. And finally, the Clean Tech Podcast, which I will explain in details in the upcoming slides. For the Clean Tech Youth, because as you may know, that the human capital is the key driver towards achieving the energy transition. So we invest on developing the youth skills in the field of clean and renewable energy. And we have this program that has been established 5 years ago, which tomorrow we will have also the graduation of the 5th cycle, in which it is dedicated to empower the youth in the field of clean energy and to provide them with the hands-on experience to get to know more about the clean energy and sustainability. The second program is the Clean Tech Innovators. It's a platform for companies and industry partners to showcase their innovation during the Innovation Week at the Sustainability and Innovation Center. And this is a great opportunity where investors, decision makers, and policymakers come together here in our exhibition and learn about the recent innovation that support the energy transition. The Clean Tech Hackathon is an initiative that supports the startups and SMEs to scale up their technologies, and we have been running this program for 3 cycles, in which we award also the winners in our exhibition also to meet with investors and decision makers to basically promote and showcase their innovation. And we have the Clean Tech Connect program that is mainly dedicated to raise awareness. It's a knowledge sharing platform where we host speakers, whether it's physically through our seminars that we host it regularly at the center, and also virtually where we also have keynote speakers as well as high-level achievers in the field of clean technology innovation to speak about and raise awareness about their technologies. And one of the key projects and programs that we are hosting as well is the professional training in collaboration with industry partners such as TUV, UL Lab, and different industry partners. This is an accredited international professional trainings where we have various topics that we are offering from the sustainability, clean energy, and digital transformation. And you can visit our website link to get to know about the upcoming trainings that we are offering, which are accredited program globally. We do have events that focus on the social aspect to raise the awareness, and several programs that are running under the center. And when I was speaking about hosting the visits at the center, to provide the visitors with a journey from the history of electricity in Dubai until we reach the transition and achieve our target by the year of 2050. And we invite everyone also to check our center and visit us to learn about how Dubai today is leading the sustainability and the green transition. And as a summary of this, we have the Clean Tech Alliance program, as I mentioned before, which consists of all these programs that I have explained earlier, where we invite also our industry partner to join our journey and collaborate with us to showcase their innovation, support building the capabilities, and also have the networking and knowledge exchange. This is the QR code in case you are interested to join our program. And feel free to contact us through our email. And that's it from our side. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Thank you all for attending the earlier sessions. Now, we announce the raffle draw winner. We have Odayewadi. Please proceed to the registration desk to receive your award. We will now take a short break and look forward to welcoming you back at 2:30 p.m. with more insightful and engaging sessions on sustainability and clean energy. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, you can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you had a refreshing break. We now continue with our next seminar on sustainability and clean energy. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kartak Balasubramanian, Vice President, Development, Engineering and Transition at Abu Dhabi National Energy Company, TAQA, and Mr. Praveen Kumar, Manager Operation and Maintenance at TAQA, who will present on sustainability, renewable energy penetration, and clean energy.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure meeting you all here. And we are really honored to make a small presentation on sustainability, renewable energy penetration, and clean energy. How it redefines the thermal generation. As you all know, we always strive to aim for better. We always want our kids to be better versions of ourselves, better than us. We always look at how we can improve things and ensure that the change is a positive change for all of us to look at. In that aspect, there is a lot of focus on climate, and there is also a lot of focus on sustainability and the renewable penetration in power generation, transmission, and distribution. What we are trying to provide here is we have these existing thermal generation assets. How can we make it better? Or when it comes to future thermal generation, what we can do better to improve upon these factors. So thank you again for having us here. And I will ask my colleague, Praveen Jain, to start with the slides.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Praveen Jain. I'm also Manager Operations and Maintenance in TAQA team. Today, we will be walking you through a couple of slides where our prime goal is to show you, the agenda for the today is power system transformation. As my colleague mentioned, the power system is transforming because a lot of renewables are penetrating, including in the GCC, which maybe 10 years before nobody would have envisaged. Then how we are doing, what are the challenges with those transformation that is happening on the conventional assets, and then what we do when it comes to the new development, what are the key focus areas for the development as well as on the existing fleet. Having said, the transformation of the power system is predominantly having a trilemma. That means we as a buyer, we want a cheaper electricity, affordable electricity, and we want a secure electricity. So there is always a trilemma. We also want to have a minimal footprint on the environment. Now, as we all know, solar is definitely a cheaper electricity. It is also a minimal footprint on the environment, but it may not be considered as fully secure or fully reliable 24/7 electricity providing technology. And hence, we live in this trilemma when it comes to the power generation. Now, how the fleet of Abu Dhabi, especially the EVEC, because this data is coming from EVEC published data, how the generation looks like over the period of time from 2015 all the way till now. And we all can appreciate that the generation, the electricity consumption has increased over the time. However, because of a lot of changes in the fleet, a lot of changes in terms of the renewable penetration, be it the nuclear, be it solar, as well as a highest and efficient power plant or operating the plant, existing plant in an efficient way, you can see that the green bar, which is the generation of electricity, is increasing, but the gas consumption, which is the blue, or the specific consumption, is reducing over the period of time, which clearly tells us that the market is changing. The way the fleets are operating is in a totally different manner. Now, with respect to the transformation, we all are aware there are three key technologies, be it the solar, be it nuclear, but in addition to that, now latest development is energy storage, because a lot of interest is there to make the solar more reliable going forward. So energy storage is coming up in a big way. With respect to the solar, there are a lot of ambitious goal for Abu Dhabi market, EVEC. You can see that by 2026, additional 1.5 gigawatt of penetration. Then in 27, 28, more 3 gigawatt, and thereafter 1.5 gigawatt every year. So it's a huge penetration in terms of the renewable uh, in the fleet. Now, when it comes to the renewable or the solar, we are also having a lot of expansion in terms of the battery storage, but that's not it, because as the solar more and more penetrates, we also need to have a balance in terms of the security of supply. So you can see that there is a huge approximately 5 gigawatt of conventional or a gas-based power plant capacity that is also forecasted in coming days. With respect to the challenges that we see because of all these happening around us in terms of the power generation market, you can see that this particular chart, which we have taken from a fleet, wherein the straight line or a nice smooth lines is indicating how good the solar production is on a normal sunny day. So it just, the moment sun rises around 10 o'clock, we have full power, and then it drops at the sunset. However, not all day is a sunny day. We do have, a cloudy day, we do have a less sunny day, and so on and so forth. So the other line, which is more of a zigzag, you can clearly see that the cloudy day does not give the solar as we anticipate. It is not a uniform or a smooth production, or a like much controlled production, and hence this particular scenario needs the other assets to kind of balance, because the consumption remains flat or it continue to increase. It does not drops when there is a drop in the generation, and hence all the focus is happening on the conventional assets, making it more flexible, making it more reliable, making it more and more adaptable to the changes in the generation because of the renewable and because of the both the technologies, be it nuclear or the solar. Now, with respect to the flexible operation that we were talking, how does it really pose the challenges? Because earlier these whole conventional assets were designed considering the baseload operation, considering the non-cyclic. That means once we turn on, it remains turned on for many weeks and months, right? However, now those days are gone. Now we have to have more power plant, turning on every night, turning off every morning, or even turning on and turning off within the day. So there is a lot of cyclic operation. There is a lot of the backup mindset that this conventional asset has to be a solid, reliable backup. It's not on the front seat, but it's like a co-driver seat now, wherein it has to ensure that the brake is made when there is no need, and then accelerator is pressed when there is a need. So it becomes, the conventional assets has become in this kind of operational requirement. Now this particular chart once again is from EVEC published literature, which shows how the fleet is looking like when it comes to the penetration of the conventional assets, penetration of the renewable, and how it looks going forward. So we can clearly see in the range of 2025, we have barely minimal footprint of solar, maybe in the range of 2-3 gigawatt. However, the projection going forward for next 12 years, there is significant increase in terms of the solar penetration and in terms of the conventional asset as well as the battery storage technology. All these changes are coming. Now, just in last few years, we already have collected some of the data in terms of how the existing solar is impacting. And you can see that in last 4 years, various facilities that we have in Abu Dhabi have seen significant increase in number of startup, almost double in last 4 years. And hence, we can anticipate that going forward, the way the penetration of the solar and the renewable will be, the conventional asset will see a lot of cyclic patterns and will experience a new operating profile that those plants have not seen, at least in this part of the world. Now, when it comes to a lot of this cyclic operation and the challenges that we see, we are also not sitting idle. We are trying to look at what are the challenges in terms of the sub asset is looking like, how the cycling will affect, how the preservation will affect, and then we are looking at how the failure modes of each subsystems are, be it the gas turbine, HRSG, or any other subsystem. What are the risks that we have? How do we mitigate, as well as if we can't mitigate, what are the residual risks we have? I don't want to bore you with a lot of details, of course, on this slide, but the essence of this slide is we as a operations and maintenance team at TACA, we look at all these the existing assets in terms of what are the challenges we have. Earlier, these designs were made for the base loaded operation, but now it's expected to quickly let's say respond to the need of the grid. And then, for example, we also look at how the efficiencies will be looking like, how the EHS concerns are, if any, the changes in CapEx, OpEx. So we look at all these big pictures in terms of technical as well as commercial information and see how they were initially designed, how they are looking at today, and what changes we might have in coming years. Now, that's the previous slide was more on the plant level, on the like what big ticket items are, but then we also studied in terms of details when these plants undergo the cyclic operation or the load balancing operation, quick ramp up, quick shutdown, and so on and so forth, how each system, be it the gas turbine, for example, gas turbine compressor, we might encounter some sort of a thermal fatigue or the high cycle fatigue on those compressors. And then once we understand the nature of the challenges that we see or a failure mode that we see in those subcomponents, what do we do? So we interact with a lot of OEMs, we interact with all the vendors in terms of coming up, let's say alternate options on overcoming this particular failure mode, so that we are better prepared when these failure modes are arrived, or we can mitigate those upfront. So these failure modes are predominantly when the plants are in cyclic mode, or like a quick ramp up, quick shutdown mode, and you can see most are fatigue related. However, as you can anticipate, the demand in general in the fleet reduces in winter. So in the winter month, the existing asset or the conventional assets are undergoing a lot more preservation compared to historically they had been. So because of these no operation for maybe 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, there are a lot of corrosion induced failure modes on many subsystems. So we have studied this in much more detail to understand what challenges we might see in coming future on these subcomponents, and then we are better prepared to overcome those. Having said, the previous slides were more on the technical, and then we also, of course, along with technical, look at the commercial impact. For example, when we had done those PPAs or those LTSA agreements for the maintenance, under what circumstances we had, done those, and then what changes we might have to incorporate when we renegotiate those contracts, so that we are better prepared, not only technically, but also the commercial aspect of it. And then, this applies to both, whether it is the cyclic operation, whether it is the preservation. We want to make sure that, whatever business model that we envisaged at the time of entering these deals, we end up in, following those in a systematic way. With this, I will hand over to my colleague who can talk about new developments. Thank you.
Thanks, Praveen. Thanks for the insight. As you have all seen, Praveen talked about challenges. What is that is changing in the system? What is that is affecting the existing plans, and how things needs to develop further? So what I would try to give you a feedback about is, what is the way forward? What we engineers are also try to look at challenges, but at the same time, we also try to provide solutions as much as possible. So with that in mind, let me try to give you a feedback on the new developments, what we do in Abu Dhabi in terms of new development. I'm focusing on Abu Dhabi market because it's applicable regionally across all the GCC countries, but this subset is easier for us to explain and make it easier for everyone to understand. So what are the new developments that are coming up in this market? And at the same time, what are we trying to do in the existing thermal fleets? So when you look at the way forward, we are expecting significant solar PV development, almost like 1.5 gigawatt of solar capacity addition by 2027. And this also follows the commissioning of Al Ajman solar PV in 2026. So there is a definitive program on solar renewable addition to the grid. On top of it, EVEC had also launched the BESS tender, which is 400 megawatt of 1 hour depth storage, which has to be deployed by 2026. This not only supports the renewable integration, but it also improves upon the grid stability. Okay, this is all from the renewable point of view and the battery storage point of view. But when it comes to thermal generation, Abu Dhabi is adding almost 5.1 gigawatt as a transitional fuel to support renewables. So you may ask, what is the purpose of this addition of thermal generation? You have, as Praveen explained in the challenges, you have nuclear, you have renewables, there is an intermittent supply, but we need to ensure that there is dispatchability to the grid, and there is we maintain a steady state load as required by the consumers. So for this, we are looking at new thermal generation of almost 2.6 gigawatt of open cycle gas turbines, and by 2027, and 2.5 gigawatts of combined cycle gas turbines by 2028. Not only for that, but also there are certain requirements when it comes to the new development in terms of artificial intelligence, etc. So considering the impact of the power demand in the future, we have to also have a stable grid, which the stability would be provided by the thermal plants that's coming up. Okay, so that's more on what the new developments are going to be. When it comes to the existing power plants, what do we do? Because these power plants are conventionally operated as baseload power plants, and these power plants also has the component of power and water mix. But now, with the change in scenario, there may be a possibility that the water generation can be done in the day with the electricity that is supplied by the renewable energy, and in the night by nuclear or thermal power. So what do we do in our existing plants? So we are upgrading the existing thermal assets. TAQA being the majority stakeholder in all the thermal assets in Abu Dhabi. So we are upgrading these, looking at upgradation of this existing thermal assets. And we are also looking at transforming the cogeneration units into open cycle gas turbines. So you may ask, why open cycle gas turbines? Open cycle gas turbines gives the flexibility of start stops, because gas turbines are generally faster machines, which ensures that if the grid needs power, this gas turbines can be started to quickly deliver power. Maybe not as fast as battery storage, but yeah, equivalent. If we can anticipate, then these machines can provide power. And we are also looking at decoupling water and desalination from power generation. Earlier, if you remember, it was more with thermal desalination. Slowly, we are focusing more on RO, reverse osmosis, but at the same time, even our existing thermal desalination assets, which are very good, we want to decouple it with the existing power plants, how we can operate it independently. So we are doing those studies on few plants, and we are trying. I think one of the plants we are already going forward on the decouplement, and we are also looking at the other plants. And uh, I talked about the capacity extensions earlier. I'm now looking more at contract extensions. So there are existing power plants which are 25 years old or 20 years old, which still have a useful life left to it. So why do I have two options here? Either I can decommission the plant and put in a new plant, or I can try to use this existing plant. But it's no longer running at base load anymore. It's more like a startup and stop turbine. So with that in mind, why can't I extend this power plant operations further and derive as maximum as possible the useful life of this plant? So we are also looking at contract extensions because this will also ensure continuity of supply while transitioning towards a decarbonized grid. And of course, we discuss about battery storage and reverse hydro projects. Then we are also looking at reactive power compensation. And this is required more with the penetration of renewables to maintain the grid stability. And last but not the least, be it our new developments or be it the existing plans, we are looking at creating provisions for CCU and CCS, which can be implemented in the future. Because UAE has a clear policy on net carbon zero. So we want to ensure that these plans are flexible enough to reach that level in the future. And accordingly, the new developments and the existing plans are looked at to integrate it with the CCU or a CCS or even hydrogen-fired gas turbines, etc. So one more point I just wanted to highlight. We are also looking at existing captive facilities that are connected to the grid, which can provide, if they have any surplus generation, they can support the national demand. This will also ensure that our reliance on the fossil peaking units are reduced. Okay, when it comes to existing plants, it's easy to say that, okay, from a base load operation, I will shift it to a cyclic mode operation. I'll start and stop in the morning and shut down in the night. But this also needs some changes in terms of performance, linked maintenance, and budgeting. From calendar-based to production-based metrics. For example, move from operating hours to starts and availability. We have to align long-term service agreements with milestone-driven schedules because currently most of these LTSAs with the OEMs are kind of for baseload operations. And we are also trying to introduce accrual-based maintenance budgeting, which ties to actual asset utilization. Then another suggestion that was put forward is in the structuring of the PPA, variable tariffs, which should be more focused on availability and operational starts, and how to incentivize efficient dispatch and flexible operation when the grid is requiring the same. Of course, we all talk about smart operations and remote strategies, integrating AI for monitoring, predictive maintenance, etc. These are also few things that we are trying to do or in our existing fleet to ensure that we maximize production and minimize cost. Last but not the least, when it comes to the new development or when it comes to the existing development, the bottom cycle of a combined cycle plant are not currently designed for these kind of cyclic operations. So we are looking at fast startup and start and stop capabilities, how to make the HRSGs manage this load fluctuations, and how we introduce higher start limits to accommodate frequent cycling. All these things we are trying to do both in the existing assets and the new plans. So again, we talked about challenges. I talked about the way forward, which is talking more about the mitigation. So what is left? Would
Sure.
like to?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. So as we discussed, there are two types of mode of operation that we see in the existing fleet. One which is more cyclic, the other one which is the preservation. That means in the summer, the plants are more cyclic, as well as in the winter, the same plant is not at all running or under the preservation. So in terms of the way forward, we have a systematic approach with respect to all the challenges that we saw in the previous slides. We look at what mitigation in terms of the technical mitigation or the commercial mitigation exists, and we try to put it in the business plan so that we implement. For example, in terms of the cyclic operations, we look at the forecast of the maintenance plan, then we align with the OEM in terms of those maintenance that can be carried out in those particular years, as well as we look at the valves. All the critical valves are really upgraded when there is a time and opportunity, so that they can respond faster when it comes to a grid demand. And similarly, maybe you can go to for the preservation sort of mode in the winter. Of course, none of these plants were designed with the preservation in mind. So we look at how do we implement those equipments that is required, be it the dehumidifier, or be it the nitrogen capping, nitrogen generation, as well as how do we remove the hydrogen from the generator so that we can preserve those generators for those 3 to 4 months without operation. So all those, in terms of the benefit as well as the cost impact, we look at, and then we try to mitigate those as the opportunity comes on our way. So that's what we do from the existing assets point of view.
So in conclusion, the energy translation for UAE is accelerating with the penetration of solar PV, nuclear, and battery storage, which will form the backbone of clean energy future. This also redefines the thermal generation from base load to flexible operation and transitional capacity, supporting grid stability and renewable integration. We are looking at strategic upgrades, operational stuff, smart technologies to manage variability. By 2035, we will have almost 6 gigawatt of flexible thermal assets, complemented by advanced storage and clean energy systems. When it comes to TAQA's ESG targets and UAE's net zero 2050 vision, we ensure that there is an alignment and we can create a sustainable energy ecosystem for UAE. With this, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to share our thoughts here. Happy to take any questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Mahmoud Salman from City Solar. You said something about the battery and storage, and I think there is major projects in gigawatt is happening now.
Yeah.
But is there any plans for the BESS to be allowed for commercial and industrial clients instead of curtailing the solar panels, so it will be stored in the battery and then client can use it at night?
Okay, this is, I think, more a question for the regulator side. When it comes to TAQA, we are into generation, transmission, and distribution. And of course, Masdar, in which we are the majority stakeholder, they focus on renewables and battery storage. This is something that we are also keenly looking at. We want to also see how the regulatory framework changes or works on. But at present, I don't have an answer for this. Apologies for that. Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone, for listening.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kartik. Thank you, Mr. Praveen. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce the raffle draw winner, Mr. Majid Al-Hasni. Please collect your prize from the registration desk. We will continue our next session at 3:10. See you then, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Samer Khadir, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer at Empower, for a session on district cooling, a strategic climate solution.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Samer Khadir. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for Empower. Today, I will give you a brief about the district cooling itself, okay, and about Empower, how been established, and the story of the district cooling in Dubai. Empower considered the world's largest district cooling service provider. We have been established on we've been established on 2003 as a joint venture between DIWA and TICOM, and we are service provider and able to provide cooling to Dubai, being become listed company in 2022 on December, and we have oversubscribed 47 times. The total connected capacity, we have more than 1.6 million ton, and we are end-to-end service provider. We provide cooling to many projects in Dubai, like DIFC, JPR, Healthcare City. We provide cooling to Dubai Airport. We provide cooling to all type of application, residential, commercial, hospitality, school, education. You just name any type of application, we are able to provide cooling. This is help us and able to establish the cooling need for each type of a project with the different requirement in terms of the application itself. Also, Empower is having a concession agreement for over 3 million ton. And these are the projects which been showing on the screen, like Business Bay, JPR, Meydan project, IMPZ, DIFC, Dubai World Trade Center, the new section of Dubai World Trade Center, we provide cooling. Those are different applications with the total capacity exceeding 3.2 million ton. Just to give you scale, Burj Khalifa is 10,000 ton. So when we say that the connected capacity, it's 1.6 million ton, that means 160 of Burj Khalifa are connected with us. The concept of district cooling, we have three main elements on the system. It's a plant room where we generate chilled water, underground piping where we distribute the chilled water to the buildings, and ETS room where we deliver the chilled water to each building. The beauty of this system, it's having saving on term of power 50% comparing to a traditional system. Now, the 50% of the building, whereas the building usually approximately total 70% of the power go for air conditioning. So we save 50% of the 70%. Overall, we have impact to the grid approximately around 35%. Now, this is based on traditional system take 1.8 kilowatt per ton, comparing to district cooling which take less than 1 kilowatt per ton. Continue on the concept, as I can say here, okay, it is definitely saving in terms of the infrastructure of power, also saving the generation and the cabling and the ozone emission, CO2. Have long life cycle. Usually the traditional system have approximately between 12 to 15 years. District cooling can go up to 30 years. Reliable service, you are talking about 99.94% of reliability, and it's round clock service. The system itself, okay, let people focus on their core business since they will outsource the service from the service provider. The total concept itself benefit to the community itself. Okay, it's utilizing better for the energy. It's also able to distribute the buildings on different type and saving the energy. overall, the district cooling is the future for Dubai. What we add to the industry, okay, we've been using, and after operation, we found that there is big diversity between day and night in terms of the outside temperature. During the summer, the outside temperature 45 during the day, and during the night around 35. So there is almost 10 degree Celsius difference between the temperature between day and night. So what have allowed us that to produce chilled water in the night when the machine, almost 50% of the machine are sitting idle, produce chilled water and keep it on the tank. Now, this tank during the peak, which is coming between 12 to 5, during the peak, instead of running more chiller to produce chilled water, we open the tank. That have enhanced the overall power requirement for the development, and we call it shave the peak of the power. Because if 70% of the power go for air conditioning, so that means for us, if we able to manage to shave the peak, that allowed us to overall save on the cooling on the power requirement for the building. What else we have done? Many people have criticized district cooling because it consumes water. The machine, what we are working, and those are mega machine, each machine produce approximately around 5,000 tons, are cooled by water. And here in the water in the summer, what will happen that the water either evaporate or being drift, or the chemical concentration become high. So you need to drain the water. What we found that if we can use, instead of using fresh water, potable water, why we don't use the irrigation water? So what we did, we took the irrigation water coming from municipality, which is the price of that water almost 10% of the fresh water, and we took it and we did RO plan within our cooling plan, and we start using the irrigation water instead of using the fresh water. This has helped us to save the water, the fresh water, because it is important for us when you tackle something, save the power on one side, you don't end up with having another problem, which is the water. And in our area, the water is very precious, you know. If you notice that almost the 1 liter of water equivalent to 1 liter of gas, petrol or diesel. So for us, the water, it is very important to save the water. So we start using the TSC water. Now, what the issue of TSC water, that the requirement of this water will be the same time of the irrigation. If you notice in Dubai, why Dubai full greenery and have a lot of landscape? Because they use the TSC water for irrigation. Now, the requirement for cooling, it is on the summer, on the hot during the days, and the same time for the irrigation. Because, you know, on the summer, they irrigate the water twice, during the early morning and on the sunset time. So for us, it become an issue where they can have availability of TSC water. So we work with the Dubai municipality to solve this issue and able to use the water which is satisfy the greenery and also satisfy the cooling by timing of using, because the peak for us between 12 to 5, after 5 the water can be used by Dubai municipality for irrigation, or early morning when they do the irrigation. So this is have helped us also to solve the other problem, okay, of the water. What else we add to the industry? We found that these plant room, okay, which is approximately around 90 plant room available with us on the market, need to be monitored and controlled. So we went and we put command control center, which has allowed us to control up to 1,000, up to 100 district cooling plant and more than 2,000 buildings. Currently, we have 1,650 buildings, and we have around 90 plant rooms. This command control center allowed us to see the machine 24/7. and making sure that everything is under control. Similarly to this command control center, it's available with most of the utility companies, okay, even though on Dubai Police or other authority, they have similar command control center. If you see the total building, as I said, 1,650. If you check the segment of these buildings, what you have on this building, we have 67% of the building are residential, 14% are commercial, 13% are hospitality, and 2% are the healthcare, and the rest of the building are present around 2%. We supplied for 22% of Dubai hotel. Dubai number of hotel in Dubai, it's 850 hotels. 22% of these hotels taking service from district cooling. This is proof that means the industry, it is quite reliable. The industry is able to sustain for long. We have all type of hotels. We have the 7-star hotel like Burj Al Arab, and we have the 2-star hotel like Holiday Inn chain. So these type of business give us the flexibility to able to assist the load for each and every development. And based on this diversification, we make sure that we provide the service to the right time to the customer. Where Empower, what differentiate Empower from the other service provider? We are the only service provider where we do end-to-end service. From the time we produce the chill water till the time we collect the payment from the end user. All the services are done in-house. We have developed a continuous system within the company to make sure that we don't have service interruption. We've been positioned on many landmark projects in Dubai, as I said, like Dubai Airport, Dubai Holding, DIFC, Healthcare City, TCOM project, Nakhil project, Miras project. We are also a pioneer on setting up the tariff. We set the tariff from day one in 2004, which is based on 750 dirham per ton per year. So each apartment, if it is 2 ton or 3 ton, we charge them based on that 750 dirham per ton per year. That price since 2005 did not change. Same for the consumption. The consumption, it is related mainly to utility. The price was changed due to utility price change. This has happened twice from the last 2 years. We also able to set up complete system in terms of liability to the customer. And also we have ESGC responsibility, making sure that whatever we do, it is it's clean and sustainable system. What else we did? Since we are the biggest district cooling service provider, the world's largest district cooling provider, we went and we found that the industry have no reference. Everybody designed by his own. So we went and we appointed ASHRAE to do for us what we call district cooling guideline. What district cooling guidelines? This is allowed everybody or anybody want to work on district cooling to design the system in according to that guideline. And these guidelines are done by ASHRAE, the Association for Air Conditioning, the American Association. And now at the moment we are moving this from guidelines to standard. So similar like the building, there will be standard for district cooling. Anytime anybody want to build a district cooling plant, there will be code for that. What also we did, we did district cooling guidelines for building owner, because the first book can be used by district cooling provider. How many district cooling provider in the world? Probably 200, 300, whatever. So we said that those district cooling provider are connecting buildings. For example, Empower connecting 1,650. So there is many providers, they connect many buildings. So we designed for them, or we made for them, district cooling guidelines for the building owner. So therefore they can design their building in according to district cooling to avoid any inefficient service to the building. Also, we've been taking award from many associations. The major association for our business is IDEA, International District Energy Association. It is based in USA, Boston, USA, where all the district cooling are provider are member on this association, and we have taken many award from them for different type of services or innovation. And this is again give us credit in front of the building owner or the community that the service is reliable. What we did also, we take care of the facade of the building. Okay, as you know, that district cooling building is not small building. Okay, the building, you know, we have our stand here. You can come and see the model of this plant room. It's approximately 32 meters high, 50 meters width, 100 meter length of the building, 9 meter underground. So it's a big building. So we went and designed the plant room to be matching with the development. We don't want to create an odd look building, you know. And when I say 32 meters, this is eight floor buildings. It's not small building. So we make sure that the design of the development, the plant room are matching with the theme. This is one of the plant room on JVC where it's become unmanned plant room. This is the first unmanned plant room in the world. Nobody in this plant room. All the equipment in this plant room controlled by our command control center, where they can see 24/7 the entire development of the plant room. Another look for the plant room on the healthcare city. This is within the Dubai healthcare city. If somebody visit Dubai healthcare city, he found that the theme of the development is Spanish design. So we designed the plant room to match the theme. Inside the plant room are all the same. The mechanical design inside the plant room is the same, but the facade of each building are different to match the development. Our plant room on the Dubai Land Residence Complex. This is on Al Ain Road, major road. So we have put the plant room again to match with the development around it. Our plant room on DIFC. Many people pass the DIFC, they thought that this is our office in the IFC. In fact, this is our plant room where we produce chilled water and we give to whole the IFC. This is Zabil, opposite of the trade center. If you are leaving the trade center parking, you will find this plant room. This plant room giving to one Zabil building and giving to the new development of World Trade Center. All the one central development here are coming on from this plant room. This is our Business Bay plant room. Okay, we have on Business Bay, this is, and we have the showcase in our stand. The project of Business Bay considered the largest district cooling system in the world. We have on this project 9 plant rooms. We built up 4 as of now, still 5 to go, and we have total capacity of the project. Now it's increased to 451,000 tons. We develop only at the moment 275,000 tons, and we still have another 200,000 to go on this project. The total project is 310 buildings. We have done 200 buildings as of now. Our plant room on the Crescent, where we provide the Atlantis and Royal Atlantis and all the development on the Crescent. Again, the Palm Jumeirah trunk. When you are going to Palm Jumeirah on the trunk, you will find this plant room on the way. Discovery Garden, we have our plant room on Discovery Garden. We have 3 plant rooms with a total capacity of almost 90,000 tons. This is the latest plant room we have done. It's called Jumeirah Beach Hill. This is supplying chilled water to Burj Al Arab and Jumeirah Beach Hotel, Nasim, Marsa Al Arab, the new development. And this plant room, because of the look of the plant room, it's away almost 2.5 kilometers from Burj Al Arab. Okay, so whoever stay on Burj Al Arab or Jumeirah Beach Hotel will never see the plant room. Okay, which has allowed us, okay, to make the development itself as a Burj Al Arab or Jumeirah Beach Hotel or Marsa Al Arab unique. Because imagine if you put this plant room next to the development, how it's going to look like. Okay, nevertheless, we took it almost like 2 kilometers away. Okay, and we designed it, okay, to be on the nice look. This is the presentation from my side. Thank you very much for your listening. And please let me know if you have any question or want to have any clarification on the presentation. Thank you. Any question? Can I ask a question? Something, always talk about it, and especially now in the heat, like always challenge people. Which is most important, the air conditioning or the water? I'm sure probably 90% they will say, no, the water is more important than the air conditioning. So I have a challenge here. How long you can stay without water during the summer, the hot summer? 3 hours? 3 days? Okay. How long you can stay without air conditioning in the summer? Not half an hour. So which one important? The water or the air conditioning? Air conditioning, definitely. Any other question? Yes, please.
Thank you for the great presentation. Just a question on the automated plant that you spoke about, where there's no human beings that are present or doing any management. Is that the future plan? Are you looking at developing plants with the same characteristics going forward?
Okay, very good question. Okay. See, what we do usually, and when you come to our stand, please, we'll explain for you how this will work. When we signed a Business Bay project in 2008, the project size was 350,000 tons and 9 plant rooms. It was 6, in fact, at that time. So now we have here the principle of how you execute the project. So we usually, what we do, we put infrastructure on beginning, and after that we start building the plant room based on the need of the development, because it's important to match, okay, this business, okay, with or development along with the building coming up. Business Bay have 300 buildings. When they start only on what you call it Business Bay Executive Tower, was 11 towers. So it doesn't make sense for us, okay, to build up all the 6 plant room at that time and wait till the start selling the chill water. So we went and we matched the development movement. So first we put a first plant room of 50,000 tons, and we start waiting the development. Executive Towers was around 22,000 tons. So 50% of the cooling, okay, for the plant room was sold while we are doing the construction. Okay, by that time, buildings start coming up and we start connecting and we start extending the network, because it's important to have execution strategy matching with the development. It's very one of the dangerous elements on this business that you build up plant room before the developments come. Please visit our stand on the Arena 2, and we will have showcase of Business Bay. Business Bay project, as I said, now it's 451,000 tons, and it is granted 2 Guinness record. Okay, as you know that Guinness record, many people know that Guinness record for the tallest building, Guinness record for the largest shawarma sandwich, for example, or largest kebab, shish kebab, like that. We went and did Guinness record for our project. And this is considered the largest project in the world. Largest project, 451,000 tons. When I say Burj Khalifa 10,000 tons, and we say that 450, that means 45 Burj Khalifa in one cluster, one area. So this is considered the largest project. So it's important to create execution strategy for the project based on the development. Otherwise, you will be hit, okay, completely wrong. Hopefully, I answer your question. Yeah. Anything else? Thank you very much. Please visit our stand and see more if you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samer. And now I would like to announce the raffle draw winner, Ms. Mira Al-Flasi. Please collect your prize from the registration desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our next session at 3:50. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Matteo Angelioni, Managing Director at TISAR, to present Eco Plus 2030 Transformer Data Center Application.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the attention. Today we are going to present a new product that we have in our portfolio, EcoPlus 2030 Transformer, especially data center application. But before to go through the product, let's have a look about the agenda. First of all, I will give an overview about our company, TESAR, as part of R&S Group. Then we are going to show TESAR at glance, so the factories, product range, and the reference project and application. Then we talk about sustainability, and we are going to explain what is the EcoPlus 2030 Transformers, especially in data center application. And we give some notes about circular economy for EcoPlus. So TESAR is part of R&S Group. R&S Group is a leading provider of electrical infrastructure products in key markets, specialized on the manufacturing of transformers. The headquarters is in Sissac, in Switzerland. We have more than 120 partners distributed across the world. We have more than 1,000 employees, and we have revenues approx 400 million Swiss francs. And we export in almost all countries in the world. R&S Group is composed by companies that are, as said before, transformer manufacturers. Russell Stokely is in Sissac. They are producing oil distribution transformers, and also with a factory in Poland, nearby Krakow. Then we have TESAR, cast resin transformers for every kind of application. ZREF, high voltage and high power transformer in Poland, and KITE for oil immersed transformers in Ireland. This is the range of our product. We go from the small single-phase transformer, 100 kilovolt ampere, to the power transformer, 120 megavolt ampere at 150 kilovolt. TESAR was founded in 1979. It was the first one of the first in Europe to introduce the cast resin insulation technology in the transformer after the oil application. The headquarters is in Italy, Arezzo. We have 2 manufacturing plants and sales office worldwide. Those are the 2 manufacturing plants that we have in Italy, in Arezzo. But TESAR is also around the world because we have the factory in Poland, the office here in Dubai World Trade Center. We have the factory in Al Ain, UAE, and also a joint venture in Argentina with Tadeo, that is a big manufacturer of high voltage and high power transformer. This is our product range. We produce transformer up to 25 megavolt ampere at 52 kilovolt insulation classes for any kind of application. We move from the standard NS3 distribution system to industry, buildings, metro and railways application, renewables, solar, hydro, wind, data center, battery electrical storage. So we have varieties of application. Our transformers are tested according to E4, C3, F1, and are operating from a temperature of -50 to +55 Celsius degrees. We have over 100,000 installations worldwide. And we have several reference projects for the different applications. So we have the power plant and renewables across the world, airport and railways, building a skyscraper, especially here in the Middle East, and sports centers. And by the way, Considering that we are going to talk about the EcoPlus transformer for data center application, one of the first supplies that we did to CERN in Switzerland, it was related to a data center. Then we developed product also to give the power to the ring, but originally we started exactly for the data center because CERN need to make a lot of computation data for all the experiments they were providing to. Let's move to talk about sustainability. Everyone is talking about climate crisis. But are there any solutions? Yes, the solution is the sustainable development. But what is the sustainable development? It's development that meets the needs of current generation without compromising the needs of future generation. And this is having an impact on society, on economy, and environment. And for this, the United Nations have defined 17 sustainable development goals. And those goals are going beyond the idea that sustainability is only environment. But there is more vision on that development that is aimed to include all the countries, the more and the less developed. And this is the reason why, on our small worlds as a transformer manufacturer, we can give an impact and a contribution with a new series of transformers, EcoPlus 2030. What is EcoPlus 2030 transformer? It's a new series of transformers with the lowest CO2 emission ever manufactured. The EcoPlus transformer can significantly reduce the CO2 emission comparing with, if we take an example, the standard eco-design regulation tier 2 that we have in Europe, or eventually with another comparison transformer that can be optimized, having less impact in the environment. And it is produced here. This is our factory in the middle of the green, and this is giving us inspiration to look forward of improvement, especially on the environment and sustainability. But do you know what is one of the most intensive energy applications? Data center. In 2024, the energy consumption of data center is supposed to be approximately 3% of the electricity demand that we have in the world. If we take an example of an hyper data center scale, it needs 2050 megawatt per year, which is the equivalent of the energy needed to supply 35,000 houses. So this number is huge. And if we look on 2030, in 5 years from now, these energy consumptions needed for the data center, mainly driven from IoT and artificial intelligence, is supposed to be 3 times higher. But nobody knows if this can be even more, because it's growing like exponential. And therefore, the usage of the equipment across the various infrastructure needs new products with less impact in the environment, as much as possible. And therefore, European Union, but in general, many other countries are adopting more and more regulation also which kind of assets or equipment shall be used in intensive energy requirement projects. But why EcoPlus 2030 is crucial to be used in data center application? Because it's the best solution to guarantee the lowest environmental impact. Now, let's make a very concrete example. Here, we have a reference specification of a transformer used in a data center here in the UAE that we are currently supplying for big projects. We have a nominal power of 2.5 MVA, 33 kilovolt, with no load losses 5,400 baht, and low losses 9,000 baht. So now we would like to compare the existing specification with redesigned transformers with EcoPlus 2030 concept. So first of all, with this new transformer, we intend to use the green steel. What is the green steel? It's a steel that is manufactured with some kind of process that have a lower CO2 emission than the production of the conventional one. And this various steel mills can deliver this product with certification and guarantee that this has been produced with half of the impact of the CO2 emission for the production of the steel. To make an example, with the usage of green steel for that kind of transformer, we can save 8,350 kilograms of CO2 equivalent, only for the production. Now let's look about the reduction of the CO2 emission thanks to the reduction of the no-load losses. Because this material is not only reducing the CO2 impacts for the manufacturing, but having a higher quality grade, we can redesign and optimize the transformers by reducing the no-load losses. In this case, the no-load losses of the reference transformers are 5,400, but can be reduced up to 4,000. And if you compare the energy used by 1 year of the reference transformer with the EcoPlus 2030, we can see there is an important reduction in the kilowatt hour. If we take the 20 years, that is the lifetime of the transformer regulated by the standard, we have a huge saving. So if we look on perspective, the CO2 equivalent reduction in 20 years are 95,650 of the EcoPlus 2030 transformer comparing to the reference existing specification. So, concluding, if we take the reference transformers 2,500 kVA, we have the reduction by 2 contributions. The first is the reduction thanks to the manufacturing of the steel, that is 8,350 kilograms of CO2 equivalent. And the others is the reduction thanks to the no-load losses. At the end, the reduction of kilogram of CO2 equivalent of 104,000 is the equivalent of 4,003 across the lifetime of the transformer. This is a table that is showing our existing series of EcoPlus 2030 transformer that we have implemented in the European market. And this is a comparison between the existing Eco-Design Series Tier 2 regulated by the European Union and the EcoPlus 2030 transformer. On average, in this case, we can save 26 tons of CO2 equivalent on the lifetime of the transformer. What is the circular economy impact for the EcoPlus 2030 transformer? It's very important because thanks to the material used, we can recover and recirculate the waste. 95% of the iron can be reused. Also, in terms of the windings, in the medium voltage winding resin casted, we can reuse at least 50%, almost everything for the low voltage windings, and in the case of the usage of the enclosure, like we have here in the UAE, we can recover the 95% of the iron as well. So I would say that this product is not only saving in terms of CO2 emission across the lifetime, but is very suitable also for circular economy purpose. Then we can do also other activities that is not only the recirculating the material, but the material can be reuse by repairing the transformers, maintenance the transformer, making some reconditioning or retrofitting according to the customer needs. And in any case, this is part of the circular economy approach that we are using in our organization. So thank you for your attention. The presentation is finished. If you have some questions, happy to answer. Okay, if this is not the case, I thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Matteo. I would like to announce. Okay, thank you, Mr. Matteo. Now I would like to announce the raffle draw winner, Ms. Rima Assawi. Please collect your prize from the registration desk. And ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our next and final session at 4:30. See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Wang Bangwen, Manager of Digital Energy System Department at Sun10 Electric Equipment, to present the battery energy storage system based on new generation technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Wang Bangwen. I'm from China. Today, it's a great honor for me to speak in this seminar. I will share with you about 2 new products from our company, both on battery storage system of new generation technology. And after that, my colleague, Mr. Zheng, will talk about the amorphous alloy and the transformer. Firstly, I would like to briefly introduce my company, Sun10 Electric Corporation. Sun10 is a Sino-French joint venture with Schneider Electric. Our company is located in South China, and the company was established in 1988. And since that, Sun10 has become a world-leading dry-type transformer and substation manufacturer. And for the past 20 years, Sun10 has been one of the main providers of dry-type transformer for DEWA. Sun10 has 4 conventional product lines focused on power transmission and power distribution. The first product line is dry-type transformer. And we have provided accumulatively about 10,000 units of dry-type transformer for DEWA in the past 20 years. The second product line is pad-mounted transformer and prefabricated substation, mainly used in solar and wind farms and tunneling machines. We also have switchgear product and power reactor products. And in 2023, we started a new product line focused on power conversion equipment and battery energy storage system. And this is what I'm going to talk about in this seminar. First, I will introduce the high voltage cascaded battery energy storage system. Let's look at the system structure, which is compared with the conventional system. For HV cascaded system, the output voltage of the PCS can reach up to 35 kilovolts. And it can be connected to the high voltage power grid directly. And all of the battery units, battery packs, and battery clusters only serial and no parallel connection. And by comparison, for conventional system, the output voltage of PCS is normally 400 to 690 volts, and a step-up transformer is needed to be connected to the high voltage power grid. And also for the DC side, in conventional system, battery clusters usually need to be parallel connected. And the system structure difference will result in performance advantages, and I will talk about it later. And the key technology used in this kind of high voltage BESS is the cascaded edge bridge power conversion technology. This technology first emerged in early 1990s and mainly deployed in HV variable frequency drive system, HV SVG system, and HV shore power system. And in 2014, with a 10 kilowatts, 2 megawatts, high voltage, direct grid connected energy storage system station came into operation in Shenzhen, China. This technology was applied in energy storage for the first time. Till the end of last year, over 8 operating applications and about 20 applications under construction are using this kind of technology. And from thermal power plant combined applications to grid-side independent applications, most of them are programmed to participate in the frequency regulation service market. And the typical capacity range of a single application is from 10 megawatts to 200 megawatts. An individual unit of HV BESS is a minimum self-monitoring unit controlled by a single PCS. And an individual 35 kV unit typically consists of one start-up control cabin and a maximum of 12 cascaded energy cabins, which can achieve a maximum unit capacity of 25 megawatts, 50 megawatts hour. Based on the new technology and the system structure applied, HV cascaded BESS has achieved several core performance advantages over conventional systems. Firstly, since all battery cells packs clusters only serial, no parallel, this can improve the battery cell consistency and increase battery utilization. Secondly, direct connected to high voltage grid eliminates the step-up transformer and can reduce the system cost, improve system efficiency. Thirdly, larger unit capacity and a smaller number of units can reduce oscillation risks and simplifies coordination control of the station. and this can cause quicker response to grid dispatch and can achieve significant advantages, especially in frequency regulation service applications. Here I list some core parameters of HV cascaded BESS, and most of the data can correspond to some specific performance advantages I just mentioned. Besides the performance advantages, HV cascaded BESS also has several crucial economic advantages. Let's take a single unit of 100 megawatt application, for example. The total footprint can be reduced by 20%. The cycle efficiency can be increased by 5 to 10%. And the initial investment can be reduced by 8 to 10%. And the installation and the commissioning time can be reduced by 25%. Let's make a brief summary of HV BESS. The HV cascaded BESS can be simply categorized by the high voltage level. And for the 6 kV system, it can be used for the thermal power plant combined frequency regulation applications. And for the 10 kV system, it can be used for commercial and industry user-side energy storage station. And more often, it is typically used for grid-side independent large-size energy storage stations. And now I will introduce the second product, the new generation PCS based on silicon carbide MOSFET. As we know, silicon carbide MOSFET is a new third generation power semiconductor devices. Compared with the conventional silicon-based IGBT device, its power loss and volume space can be reduced by 20%. And we have developed 2 models of PCS based on this new device. Model A is AC 400 volts product, mainly used in low voltage all-in-one battery energy storage cube. And Model B is AC 690 volts product, mainly used in medium to large size energy storage station. And this is the all-in-one energy storage cube. And by using the new generation silicon carbide-based PCS, the cycle efficiency of the cube can be increased by 1.5%. And Model B is typically used in medium to large size energy storage station. By using silicon carbide-based string PCS, the BESS can achieve an efficiency increase by 1.5%, no barrier effect, and no battery circulation. And I have introduced two products, they are HV cascaded battery energy storage system and silicon carbide based PCS. And that's all I have to share today. Now, I will invite my colleague, Mr. Zheng, to talk about amorphous alloy and transformer. Thank you.
Thank you. So now it's my time to introduce you some very interesting product. The name is called amorphous alloy. And I have a colleague here, Mr. Richard. He has some samples on the table. I would like to bother you, please share with our sitting friends. So this kind of material has a very special name. The name is called amorphous alloy. Amorphous is kind of particles state. All the materials, the metal materials, now you are touching your mobile phone or like the table in front of you, we call that as this kind of metal, we call that crystallized metal structure. And the material we are producing and we are introducing today is this kind of structure. And that's the name comes from amorphous. So if we put the materials under the telescope, the typical difference is all the particles are long-range disordered. It's very like what we are seeing today, randomly and not ordered. Imagine this kind of material when it's applied in the transformers of 50 Hertz or 60 Hertz. That means the magnetic field direction change every second of 50 times or 60 times. Each time the magnetic field change direction consume energy. And this is what we call loss, transformer no load loss. As long as the transformer is energized, 30 years usually, the serving time of transformer, the core loss is happening every second of these 30 years. So it's a huge loss. By apply this amorphous alloy in the transformer, comparing with the conventional technology silicon steel transformer, the core loss could be reduced 80% above. It's a huge energy saving. It's also a huge carbon reduction. And if you change that energy saving into dollars, into money, it's a huge saving of money. Then I want to make it more specific of how much energy could be saved by applying this technology in the transformer. Here. This is one transformer with capacity of 1000 kVA. Suppose it's made by CRGO as the core and comply with the Europe Tier 2 standard. You have to make sure your node loss is no more than 693. Otherwise, your transformer will be rejected, right? But if you just change the core material from CRGO to amorphous, AMT means amorphous material, then the core loss immediately drop from 693 to only 330. And now imagine this transformer is energized, and this is happening every second of the 30 years. Every year, the energy saving is 3,180 kilowatt hour. And 30 years, it will be like this amount, which is huge. All this energy saved, it means the carbon emission also reduced. And I assume some of you are transformer engineers, you are experts. So when the core consumes less energy. It means the core emits less heat. So the temperature of the core will be lower. When the transformer core, the temperature becomes lower, it means it does less harm to the transformer oil, does less harm to the insulation paper. So the transformer can operating at a relatively lower temperature, which means the transformer can serve for longer lifetime. And also, as now more and more electric vehicles are charging all the time, and they are requesting for a relatively high frequency charging situation. And this kind of material, technology, performs better when the charging of the EV happens in the same time. We call that harmonic wave loss also lower. Then, let's back to the material itself. Such a magic material, how it is produced and where it is produced mainly now. First, it's from US. There's one producer who serves for the North America, Canada, and the US. Every year around 30,000 metric tons. Second is from Hitachi in Japan. And every year the output is also around 30,000 metric tons. And the last one, and also the biggest one, is from now China mainland, which is my company. And here is showing how we produce it. We put the raw materials in the furnace, increase temperature, this smelting furnace, to 1,500 Celsius degree. And then we pour the liquid metal into the second package and purify it. And then from this package, we cast the liquid metal to this crystallizer, and immediately it becomes the solid ribbon stitch amorphous. When I say immediately, it means 0.001 second. 0.001 second temperature drop from 1,500 Celsius degree to only 200 Celsius degree. So the liquid metal froze. Then all the particles are froze. They don't have enough time to get very well organized one by one, line by line. And that's how the disordered structure formed. Okay, then let's move to the application. Now, the biggest application of this kind of material is transformer. Dry type transformer, oil type transformer, both. And here UAE last year got the first units of 500 kVA amorphous transformer. And the neighbor country, Saudi Arabia, started the production of amorphous cores by the end of this year. So it is now emerging market of this area. And the capacities, how big transformer could utilize this kind of material? The answer is the voltage from 10 kV to 110 kV, and the capacity from 10 kV up to 20 MVA. Besides the transformer use, the other emerging market is this stator of the motor. There are many brands of EV now on the road. I see Tesla, I saw some Chinese brand also, BYD. So now those EV automakers, they all have a same task, is to make the car drive longer distance. Someone, or most of them, they are targeting the battery to make the battery, the energy density bigger, or make the battery simply bigger. But there's another way, is to make the loss of the motor lower. So by utilizing this kind of amorphous material in the driven motor, you don't need to change the battery. The same car can drive another 5 to 10% more mileage. And now it's becoming more and more popular. I hope very soon on the streets of Dubai, you can see the electric vehicle carrying this amorphous motor. And this material is 100% recyclable. If you touch the material, you will find there's no any extra insulation materials on the surface. It means this material is self-insulated. And when the transformer retired, you take the core out, and we can buy back as a raw material and put back in the furnace, the new, brand new amorphous ribbon could be produced. No waste, 100% recyclable. And this is the market. So such a magic material, who are using it? This is the answer. Nowadays, worldwide, around 40 countries and regions are utilizing amorphous in their transformer or in the electric vehicles. And more specifically, it's only around 15 to 20% of all the new distribution transformer installed every year to the power grid. So it's still a baby comparing with the CRGO transformer. Then it means we still have a long way to go. So I take this as a chance to make introduction, and I hope the GCC, the UAE market can help with this new technology promotion, and we can also, in return, make contribution to the energy efficiency increasing and the reduction of the carbon emission. So, thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Ladies and gentlemen, the raffle draw winner for this session is Noshin Begum and Muhammad Tawfiq. Please collect your prizes from the registration desk. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day 2 of the WETEX 2025 main seminar. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to day 3. Thank you, everyone.